Hey everybody, welcome back to the program. It's Krista, and yes, today you get video and audio. So I'm going to do a little energy report. It's the 31st of January 2020, and I really don't have anything prepared. I don't even know if I'm going to upload this because I have nothing prepared. And I could get off on some tangents, but I hope that I won't. I almost just don't even know where to begin. I never do. And now that it's video and audio, I think it's almost even harder because now I'm just thinking about like the video maybe more than what I'm even going to say. Which is a big reason why I never wanted to do video of face, because I never wanted it to be about the messenger. I only wanted it to be about the message, but I realized that people like to connect with the person that they're getting the message from, and it does make a big difference, I think. To be able to watch someone when they're delivering a message and, to see the emotions come through. So I'm glad to be doing this for the first time for that reason, on YouTube. It's the first time that I've, I guess, decided to broadcast myself actually speaking. And this isn't channeling. I mean, I don't feel like I'm getting any kind of a special download or anything, but I've just been thinking about, actively just living my life and living the mission and working on various projects, which is why I have not had much time to think about or create content for the YouTube channels that I have. I have been broadcasting in other ways, which I think is probably why I should be delivering this energy report. Is I do want to disclose some things that are new. I think I'm a little hesitant to do it. I'd like to say I've thought long and hard, but I really haven't thought long and hard. I've thought about it, and I've thought about, like, just living in secrecy and isolation after a while kind of gets a little bit old. I don't know. I mean, and yet, I feel like I don't need to explain myself, or I don't need validation either. But I've actively gone through some changes in the last month that I think is very positive, but I think that describing it to people may create sort of a, in some people it'll probably not resonate. And I don't blame them, because it doesn't in a way resonate with myself either. And yet it does. I feel like this is what I'm doing is it's difficult because it's taken a great deal of discernment to be able to do this, and I've been very conflicted. When I got the message, on the one hand, it made sense, and I felt like I was, maybe ready for this job, this assignment. And then part of me is like, oh, hell no. So I've had to deal with a lot of that sort of inner conflict in a way that it actually took me almost a month. This started in around mid-December. There was, I met someone who basically his vibration created a paradigm shift in me that made me realize that it gave me a new sense of valuation. Let's put it like that. And everything that I'm doing seems to be related to the valuation of the human. And it's a spiritual value, and it's a, the valuation of the inner child and the creativity that each one of us has. So what am I talking about? Well, I guess the biggest thing that's happened is that I started broadcasting myself as a drag king or a cross-dresser. I'm a biological woman, and cross-dressing or drag king is like dressing up in men's clothes, which isn't a new thing. It's basically like, like RuPaul, or, like men dressing up like women. That's also cross-dressing. So basically this is something that I've wanted to do for a long time. I just really have not had the excuse or the occasion. I've aspired. That's the thing. I have many costumes and different clothes and things like that in my closet that I've always kind of known, like, this is sort of like leading up to something. Like, one day I'm going to wear all these outfits. I already have lived these lives in my mind. Like, when I acquire a piece of clothing or, something, an idea for an outfit, it just, even if I don't act on it right away, it's like I've sort of lived the life of the character that I've had in mind. And so I basically have a closet full of stuff that is like, I don't know, it seems like it's been awaiting the model, the actress, to be ready to put on that stuff and like go out there on that world stage and like give a performance. Okay, so now that doesn't sound like a big deal, right? And it's not. It's Krista expressing herself, okay, and having fun doing it. This is something that I've always wanted to do. Like, I've had a little sticky note. I think it finally fell because it ran out of the sticky. But I had it up for many years, and it had 2 words on it: drag king. This has been on my mind. It's really my whole life, but I think I finally wrote it down on a sticky note around early 2016. I was sort of into the height of about where I was doing the karaoke scene with some folks, and it kind of came up for me again there that it would be really fun to like do like both karaoke and drag at the same time. And so but honestly, I'm really not like the type of person that craves attention, or obviously, I mean, I'm a lot more comfortable making audios than audio videos. I really don't like having my like I don't like being, I guess, put into a box based on anything. And the thing about an appearance or the way you present, it has just about everything to do with how people see you, think of you, react to you, relate to you, speak to you, treat you, etc. And so I love playing with stuff like that because I know how, like, I feel like I've come a long way as far as like being able to go by vibe. And like my choices of like who I'm kind of drawn to or like who appeals to me, it's like I'm really kind of looking at the character and the vibe, you know, of the person within, regardless of their age. It could be a little kid, it could be, you know, granny. It could be, it could come in any package, really. But it's an energy, and so anyway, I am, if you follow the Christopia sister channel that I started, you already know that I'm a bit of a performance artist, dancer, and I like a little comedy. And so I'm doing basically all of that, but it gets better. So I basically, I got the message in December that it was time to do a mission where basically what I'm supposed to do is bring spirituality to sexuality. Did you hear that? That was my refrigerator. Yeah. That's right. I can't make this stuff up, guys. I am sitting in a dining room. My hands are right here. I had nothing to do with that. My refrigerator talks to me. And gives me confirmations. And so do some of the other appliances and the plumbing and the heating and the creaks in the walls and stuff. I mean, this is like, some days it's a symphony in here. Now, I'm not gonna get into my speculations about exactly what that is. Other than I feel like it's confirmation that that is part of the mission. So it came through, actually, okay, so I think if for those of you that might have listened to my last broadcast, I talked about how, I think it was like the part 1 of the confirmation symptoms, or ascension confirmations is what I prefer to think of it as, rather than symptoms, which sounds like there's something wrong or something that needs to be diagnosed. But I said that I had just had an incident where I was, you know, thinking of an idea, and I suddenly had like 2 sharp, almost felt like pinpricks, like stabbing into this finger. And how I started having like these very physical, visceral kind of confirmations inside the body and outside the body. And so I talked about another one that had happened in December, and this was it, where I was in meditation. It was right before bed. I was in bed, and just like on my back, I was thinking about, you know, like what am I supposed to do next, kind of a thing, and got this very clear message that it was time to bring spirituality to sexuality. And that's when I felt like this brush of air, like kind of across my mouth as I was lying on my back. And it felt very much like it was a different temperature. It was a different like velocity than the rest of the air. I mean, it was kind of like a breeze kind of a thing. And it happened 4 times. It very much felt like kind of like a kiss. And it seemed to like really come through to like help me remember this event. And it did. It got my attention. You know how some things like you're like, is that really a message? Or, well, to me it was pretty physical, you know, and when you feel it, you don't just see it or hear it. It's like a whole nother level. So I see things in here, not really like, well, I mean, yeah, I've seen a few things, but mostly I get these sounds and body feelings. So that was in kind of mid-December, and then I immediately thought, well, I don't think I can do that. You know, I don't want to do that because I'm on an aesthetic path, and I have been since around 2013, and I'm really happy with my lifestyle, my choice. I have a great deal of energy, I think, because I've pursued that, and especially in the last year, it has been me really cleaning up a lot of mess around what I believe to be pretty intense MK Ultra programming. A lot of acknowledging personal truths about things that I feel have happened. And yet, you know, can't get mad about it. Gotta stay high vibe. But I do feel like, you know, there have been things that have been programmed that I guess on a soul level you could say it was a co-creation, but then on this level I would say that it's kind of like creepy and non-consensual, and I don't like it, and it's taken me a long time to get out from under that influence, and not get stuck in anger or negativity or retaliation or revenge or any of those things, which is just what, you know, those forces that are playing on the other side. They're playing in the negative polarity, and that's all they want, is to pull you off your game, especially when you start waking up and you start getting more and more high vibe. It's been like intense, the pushback to try to get me to go back to the way that I felt and thought and lived before. But it hasn't worked, and it's really just, I think, made me stronger, and to see just, you know, it's been almost comical to just, you know, well, I can't say that. It has not always been comical. It's been hard and scary and painful and a lot of other things. But also in the end, I just can't believe like you have this much energy to be so negative and things like that. But okay, but the larger picture, of course, is always to try to see the divine in everything. So since I that is my overarching belief. It's and I also, very much resonate with the teachings of the Christ and forgiveness and the oneness, So basically, when I was under heavy duty MK Ultra mind control, which looking back, it started really young. So I've made a couple of videos. I think I took they're not deleted, they're just kind of hidden, and I'll probably put them back up at some point. But I did a couple of MK Ultra deprogramming videos, and in the descriptions I sort of talked about how I felt like I had been kind of how can I put this? Kind of, I don't know, targeted, molded, shaped into kind of having a certain belief system that maybe thought that this was okay, but was really just kind of I had a lot of sexual compulsions. I was fairly, I did some self-destructive things. That I think were really influenced by this type of programming, and I think at the time, I in my mind was justifying it with that, the money's good and it's empowering, but I was in fact working in the adult entertainment industry. No, not as a porn star, but as what's known as an adult webcam model, or a cam girl, for those of you that are familiar with what that is. And if you look for buddies to masturbate with online, then I guess you probably know what that is. So it's the camming industry, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And around 2014, I started, mainly because I had sort of, it was me actually leaving the matrix. I couldn't work for another employer, and I had wanted to be self-employed and be my own boss online and things like that. So basically, even though the job itself is still just trading time for and a service, and you're the product and the service for money, and the platform that you work on takes 2/3 of what you make. So you make $1, they take the 67 cents, and you get left with 33 cents basically. So there's a lot of usury. It's, I don't know, I mean, I played it really clean. I treated it just like a normal job. To me, I didn't really have any strong feelings about it. I was able to do it mainly because of the MK Ultra. They train you how to be a pleaser. All right. So basically there's just a whole lot of man pleasing going on these sites, and it really doesn't have anything to do with anything that's, in my mind, that's really positive for the divine feminine. I, as I was doing it and was able to do it, I didn't see a whole lot of difference in the toxicity level between doing something like that versus, there's a lot of toxic things that go on in just a traditional brick and mortar, workplace very often. So there were a lot of good things about it, like the freedom to work from home and have your own schedule and things like that. And it is a very creative job. So a lot of it is, like fantasy role play, and you have to like really be able to think on your feet and be able to like, it's sales. It's like, attract the customer, get them into, a private show. Basically, that was the site that I was working on. There's two ways that you can adult webcam. One is like a pay per minute, where it's basically like a bunch of mostly women in a grid, with mostly like you just see them from like kind of the waist up, or just kind of showing enough to be alluring or enticing, or like basically to advertise what they look like, to get somebody to buy a private show. And then that starts, just like a taxi starts the meter. And then your goal is to be entertaining enough, either with what you've got to show or what you've got to say, or both. Basically you have to like, it's a great job for an intuitive empath, because you got to be able to zoom right in and like what that person wants and needs, and like what they're thinking, and how you can then transform yourself into what they want and need. That's essentially what I was doing. And again, because of this training, I was able to do it. And I didn't realize at the time how toxic it was. I didn't realize at the time how really, like, the thing is, you think it's so safe because it's on the other end of a screen, and like, that isn't really affecting you. But in fact, it can, and it does. Especially when you're just starting out. It's like, you're not really familiar, you're naive, basically, and there's a lot of things you don't know, and there are people who will take advantage of that. And anyways, long story short, I didn't realize how heavily I was like being sucked into even more mind control by putting myself in this environment. I always felt like just so like I'm above it. Like this is just what I do for money. Just like it's like I said, like any other job. To me, I never felt like I ever had a job that like just like define me. Like this is who I am, or this is, I've always found it to be too limiting, and I've had more than one career because I feel like there's just so much to be gained by life experience. So I did what I did, I would say, well, as far as like having a good attitude about it, because I basically kind of took the attitude of almost like a clinician. Get in somebody's head, find out what they're, and a salesperson, like find out what they want. And then as an intuitive empath, I would become that. And that would increase, like the amount of time that they would stay in the pay per minute state, which would increase my income, which increased my placement on the site. And then one of the things that made me successful, since at one point I was, I guess, what you would consider to be a top earner, top producer, based on their algorithm, which is essentially just, how much did you make, the ratio of how much you made to the amount of time that you spent online. So like a lot of times I would work like 3 to 4 hour shifts, and for 3 to 4 hours, like as a percentage of my time in a paid private versus the percentage of my time just sitting in free chat waiting for somebody to like, ooh, pick me, you're like a lineup in a brothel or something. Being, or like you're like you're a sex performer behind glass, on a street in Amsterdam or something, only it's online. And anyways, where was I going with that? I can't remember. I think I was talking about like how I got through it, or what my attitude towards it was, and so it was very much like a clinician, or like I knew just from having a business background that once you've acquired a customer, it's easier to keep them. And so my whole I was talking about how much time I spent in paid chat. So most of my shifts that I would work, I would spend anywhere from like 50 to, I guess, 70% of that time in paid chats, which, when you think about the pay per minute rate is, I only got a third of it, but I was basically making quite a bit of money for the websites that I was on, and I was replacing the income that I had from like a job where I went to work for somebody else in a brick and mortar building. Basically, that's all it was. I was not getting wealthy or anything like that, but I was getting by. And I liked the freedom of being my own boss again and working when I wanted to work. I'd never had that before. I'd always felt very uncomfortable as a wage slave, and so that was a big thing that kept me in it. And then just feeling like I guess it was an acting challenge. There was a lot of growth to it. It gives you, in a way, I'm just talking about some of the good things about it now. It does give you a certain perspective. I learned all kinds of things about human sexuality, and particularly male sexuality, male fantasies, more than I care to know, to tell you the truth. And the thing was, I was also able to do it, and I'm not really sure, other than this was also part of the programming, I was an extremely open-minded and accepting and non-judgmental performer. So, not that I would do it like anything that I consider to be gross, and of course there's always limits to like things you can do on the site, but I seem to have the ability to just kind of absorb and listen to almost any content. Kind of like, I don't know, spin off dialogue and fantasy role plays and stuff like on the fly, because I'm getting paid to do it. It's very much like being a taxi driver, except you're not just driving like unconsciously. You're like creatively co-creating with somebody. But the thing about it is, though, it brings the divine feminine into submission and subjugation to the divine masculine, which is kind of infiltrated with a lot of toxic stuff when it comes to the lower chakras. Not that I would have seen it that way or put it that way a few years ago, but I would now. And so, anyways, long story short, I did that. Not long, for I did it, full time for a couple of years, and then in September of 2016, something happened. It happened while I was camming. I experienced a pretty significant timeline shift, I guess. I don't know what else to call it. And it really just lasted for almost a month. And I was already waking up, but that just kind of took it to a whole new level. And basically from that point on, the message that I got after I've been doing it for about 2 years was the way that I was living my life and the things that I was doing and saying were so fake that I was just living a really inauthentic life. I was basically getting the message that, look at what you're doing. Look at what you're saying. Look at listen to the things that are coming out of your mouth. What are you doing for money? And it wasn't in a prudish way, or it isn't about any type of dogma. It was just, what a waste of a life. And it's not you, and it's not fun, and it's boring, and you don't like it, and you don't care about these people. They're just like these creepy usernames on a screen. You're basically getting paid to sit there and talk to a screen. And on the other end of it, I guess, is, some guy, that's typing their creepy fantasy at you. And yeah, sometimes they can turn their cam on and you would see them and hear them too. So, but again, not all of it is like a mutual masturbation type of scenario. I did a lot of fetish stuff and a lot of role-playing stuff, and I basically did a little bit of everything. Like I said, I seem to have I don't know, almost like knowledge that I'm not really sure where it was always coming from, other than kind of being programmed to do stuff like this in the past. And that's a whole other area I don't really think I can get into fully, but the main thing is that from that point on, I really started to kind of phase out. So I basically, within then I took a trip, and that was all part of my mission too. And then I came back, and it was really hard for me to get back into the lifestyle that I was in. It had been a spiritual, I was doing, well, now I would call it grid work, what I was doing. Anyways, I basically took a step towards like being in the industry but becoming a non-nude performer. So I didn't want to take my clothes off anymore. I didn't want to masturbate, or it's all fake anyways. I never it was just it's all an act. Okay, but I wasn't going to fake masturbate for money anymore with my clothes off is essentially what it came down to. And I basically just, I've got so many other things to offer, and there's so many other things that I'd rather talk about. And so I created another account on a platform that was like more like they had non-nude performers who were successful, because in a way that's almost like, I mean, it doesn't really, it's just being on a site like that. It doesn't matter if you're nude or non-nude. It's like giving somebody like a girlfriend experience, and it might be their preferences non-nude. It's still, these sites exist basically just to kind of pander to men and what men want to see. And the women, I mean, it's all supply and demand. If there was no demand, the women would not be doing this job. It's not making... In fact, from a recent, well, now that I've kind of gone back into it, I've kind of had to catch up with like what's been going on in the industry, because I haven't looked in a long time. And I just see that there's a lot of like international studios that, model management. I shouldn't be laughing about it. It's not funny. It's, basically, I think there's a fair amount of human trafficking going on. Even if, the women are overage, there's not a lot of performers like myself that actually like have their own place, pay their own internet, and like go direct to the sites. A lot of them will go through these and find out about it from these studios that kind of rope them in, and it's like a job, and there's a lot of international women, and there's a lot of first world, and a lot of Americans, and but they also work in studios, and it's just basically all sex and money. I mean, it's all just the lower chakras, which is why I never wanted to go back, and which is why I left. So in January 2017, then my response to these energies was, which I know now was me, ascending, was to, try to change my act to where I'm doing more fun stuff. I started doing like cooking shows and just like dancing, because I love to dance, and talking, reading to people, like kind of like nurturing type activities and entertaining type stuff. But and playing games, and then the whole thing about that site though is like it's not pay per minute, it's token based. So it's like, and it's, the thing about these sites are, if you check the rankings on, like YouTube is the the number 2 most popular site, and Google is the number 1 most popular site. Well, a lot of these cam sites, they're in the top 10 or the top 100, or, I mean, they're pretty popular sites, and God knows who owns them. One of the interesting things about them is that you can, like most rooms, play music, It doesn't seem to be an issue the way it is on a lot of social medias and other platforms. So that leads me to believe that, the owners of the music business are probably heavily invested in the cam industry. It's basically the powers that be. What else would they be interested in except trafficking or just like, consuming women, right? You go to these sites, and I'm not recommending that you do, and I'm not going to put my link in for that reason, because I have no desire to have anyone go, like, check out my stuff and, pick up a nasty porn addiction or something. If you don't already, don't go there. It's not worth it. I had one, just kind of just being a performer before this all happened in September 2016. I'd watch the other performers, not only to just kind of learn how to do it, or like I did get ideas from other people, like how they ran their room and stuff like that. But I was also my own act. And but there are some people, performers that you obviously kind of gravitate to their personality. And for me, it was never like, I don't really care what you look like without your clothes on. I'm not gay. But just like, cause like this is like somebody who would probably be like fun to have a cup of coffee with. And so I would have, I mean, there's performers that I like just cause I like their personalities. But I never like really got involved in any of the culture. I didn't like have a Twitter. I didn't try to promote myself. I didn't involve myself with, I didn't communicate with any of my peers. Other than like I was active on a forum, which was very, just sort of positive. And again, it's people that just talk about it like it is any other job. And it is. And it definitely can be. I mean, but it's also, I mean, you're dealing with the basest of the base chakra. And there is just so much shit there. And there is so much about it that has absolutely nothing to do with, just speaking for myself, anything that turns me on, makes me happy, has anything to do with anything that gives me pleasure. And I'm not just talking physically, because that's the thing. When I say aesthetic, I mean, I am an androgynous being, and I've very much kind of transcended a lot of my libido, okay? And it's happened over a period of years. So it's been a phasing out of the MK Ultra and the sexual conditioning and the compulsivity and the programming and everything. To where, when I started doing that around 2013, and then all of, any sex type talk, it was all like acting that I would do on these sites, and that was my only outlet. That's been my only outlet. For anything like that. I wouldn't really call it an outlet. It would be like the only sexual type of expression, I guess, that I've needed or done or participated in has been that for work. Basically just taking my clothes off, talking dirty, pandering to other people's fantasies for money, and faking orgasms. That's what I got paid to do. And be a really good actress and a good salesperson, and a lot of it included not only the service of like, oh yeah, I love that, oh, that is such a hot fantasy. I mean, just like being fake, like pretending to like stuff that you don't like. That was a big part of the job. Making people believe that you did like it and that you were into it. anyone can, it's pretty easy to fake an orgasm. Basically just kind of giving people what they want, which is a lot of what happens in our culture. It's, it's just like very transactional, will you do this for money? And the fact that there's a demand for it, and it's just so fake. It's just sad, but it's like, I don't know. In a way, I feel like I've been fake in almost like every job that I've had. There's always like some part of you in a job that has to like shut down to like get the job done or work for like unconscious people or in an unconscious environment anyways. And so I kind of justified it all like that. But I have come to much greater awareness about how, the root chakra, the sexual energy really is not to be wasted or abused or misused or misdirected. And I had no idea. What I was doing was harming me and really I think just participating in pandering to people who don't know what's good for them any more than I did. I feel like I contributed to their illness in a way. Even though, I would do it, I think, in a way that was, I don't know, like, for instance, I had a private one time with a guy. He was just so angry at his girlfriend because she had broken up with him or something, and so I guess maybe he picked my room because I reminded him a little bit of the girlfriend, or I looked like her, whatever. There's a lot of transference and shit that goes on. That's mainly what it is. The guy finds his type, and it's typically a vibe, a look. It might be a hair color or a boob size, or, I think I started to say, like, these sites are, if you go on them, it's like the categories, and it's like, MILF, mature, big boobs, small boobs, big booty, all the different colors of people, and it's just like, oh my God. And it's mainly just like slicing and dicing women into all these little, because every single one of those categories is like a man fetish. Not a woman fetish. It's totally the men that have created these sites, run these sites, and make their money on these women content creators. That's what's going on. And I got out. Basically what happened after I started on this new platform and I tried to go non-nude back in 2017 is that I was heavily attacked by the other models. And by that I mean by me moving from the site I was on, which was a paid per minute site, to this other site was a very political move, I guess, in the industry for them, because it was like, I don't know, it really, I won't get into all of it, but it was like, people noticed, and it was so weird because I never really thought of because I had never gotten involved with it, people. I didn't even know. It's like, I don't even know you, I know your show, but you're basically like broadcasting yourself like you're a free TV show on the internet. So yeah, of course I've seen your room, but I don't really know you, But I guess it caused a bit of a ripple. And I experienced a very strong psychic attack among quite a few, I guess what you would consider to be top models on like both of these sites, actually. The one I had been on and the one that I had moved to. Anyways, the main thing was like kind of, how dare you? How dare you think that you can come onto this site and become like a non-nude model and like try to sell something besides nudity and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Even though, I mean, I'm not like the first person that's ever done something creative or different. And a lot of people were also getting kind of like inspired by it. So like I would do a cooking show pretty soon. There's like, 20 other people doing cooking shows. So like getting ideas. So I was definitely like in a position of like planting some seeds, I guess. But yeah, and I think they also maybe had a problem with my. Well, it was weird. It was like they had a problem with my age because the average, at least on this site that I'd moved to, was like pretty. Like most of them were in their 20s, which didn't really bother me because again, I don't really care about age and and but again, it ended up kind of almost like being like a catalyst because like now there's older. It was like the industry sort of changed a little bit once I felt like after I changed and I started doing some new things, it kind of it influenced certain things and but mainly I just I was so disgusted I didn't even want to go back and I realized like at that point what a toxic industry it was and mainly it was not the men though. It was like the I came face to face with what I would call internalized misogyny, which is what most of the women have to some degree, and which I think we all do as women. We're encouraged to not really think very much of ourselves or to give ourselves value through a man, based on a man. It's the male gaze that gives us importance, stature, status, prestige, and a lot of us are taught pretty young to be very dependent on that male gaze and to crave it, compete for it. I didn't really get that, but I had significantly underestimated how much other women had it. And so it was, and I would say there still is, a lot of women who are, and they're beautiful, and they're smart, and they're creative, and they're fun, and they have all kinds of things going for them, but they don't see that. And so it's kind of like people who've really internalized the win-lose paradigm. It's like I've got to make more or be more or have a higher ranking, because there's all these rankings too. Like they literally on this one site, well, a lot of them now do this, where it's like number 1, number 2, number 3. Giving people little prizes and whatnot. And people compete for these things, like who can be the most popular. And so they basically take, people's craving for like money and fame, like on a larger entertainment scale, like say you were going to go work in Hollywood and be a big name actor or something. Well, a lot of people in this industry are actually, I would say, and from talking to some and reading some of their stuff in forums and things like that, are really kind of like truly want to be actors and actresses, or maybe they tried that and they were unsuccessful being in a mainstream kind of acting role. but they really are motivated by fame and popularity. And then, of course, there's the well-known porn actresses. A lot of them have, not a lot, but, a lot of the big names I've been kind of surprised to see doing webcam. Like, God, I would think after all the movies you made, you wouldn't need to do this, but okay. It's hard work. It's extremely emotionally taxing, and honestly, doing it for 3 or 4 hours at a stretch was definitely, the equivalent of a full day. Because, not to mention, the fact that it took you like 2 hours just to get ready in hair and makeup, because a lot of it is like women competing for, who can be the prettiest, so and it's basically men, that know that, women have these insecurities and are typically, not always, but a lot of them are very competitive with other women, or, hate other women if they have a little bit more, or look this way and they don't, or, there's all they take full advantage of the comparisons and the competitiveness and the insecurities of the women. Is basically what happens. And so, anyways, I got out, and then trying to that's the thing. I felt like I started living my mission. I'd always kind of heard, like, once you start living your mission, it's like then the money's just gonna come rolling. You'll like the universe will support you. Well, I wish I could say that that's what I experienced, but that's not exactly what I've experienced. I would say that I started living my mission, and I basically just started if anything, it's, just knowing how fake our money supply is, and if you were listening to some of my downloads and stuff last summer, you'll know. It's like challenging the money supply has been, for some reason, a big part of like what I have felt like I needed to express, or what's come through me. And I don't, since most of those downloads are, all of them, I don't know, honestly, how much of that was me. Looking back, I don't know, I look back over a lot of things in the last year, 2 years, 3, 4, 5 years, and it's like, was that really me? Like, I have a strong sense of, yes, me, and yet I am not the doer. And it's hard for me to explain like how I feel or what I mean by that. But I guess I'll just try to keep it on the adult industry, which sounds terrible, but anyways, so after and I was not idle by any means. I've been doing a lot of work and just not getting paid for it. And I feel like I've been living my mission, but again, it doesn't seem to have been my particular path to realize abundance from that. And it isn't from, putting that out there or offering services or, but yeah, I won't get into all of that, but essentially, what was sort of coming up last month was, okay, you really need to do something to make some money. And trying to work in like the 3D world, it's like I basically become, I would say, almost unemployable in um, a traditional sense. I mean, yeah, I can work, and I can I'm trained to do a lot of different things, but um, I have to be kind of careful what I do too. Again, because the the environment that I put myself in, I need to not be in a position where people can have too much access to my energy. So it's mainly about managing my energy, and I am in a position where I need to be especially vigilant about the environments that I'm in, where I put myself, where I find myself, environments that other people might be trying to put me in, or certain mindsets and paradigms that are not in my best interest. So I've come a really long way in terms of, I think, living my truth and living my my passions, or doing what makes my heart sing, which is what we're all supposed to do, right? But again, as far as like that translating into dollars that pay bills, and that's always like, I feel like I come right up, like I can challenge the status quo on almost anything. But when it comes to somehow being able to get past, how money is a transactional go-between between people, and that almost all of our relating is commerce-based and transactional. It's been really hard for me to sort of rectify that, because I can't do things that are fake anymore. I just can't. And an example would be, basically, I would rather have like some minimum wage job where I maybe cleaning the john, or you know making the coffee drinks, or you know driving the cab, or doing any number of jobs that maybe don't have a lot of heavy 3D investment. Like, I can't see myself going back to work in an office or in healthcare or in any environment that I have ever worked in before. I'm so like turned off to so many things that I used to do. Not only the webcamming, but I used to work in sick care. I used to do a lot of things. I worked in finance, and I could go back to all those things. I mean, I say, yeah, you can, but it's like, but I can't. I just can't. I can't live a lie. I just can't. And so typically I don't redo things. I've kind of had a life where, like I put myself through school working in hospitality, right? And then, I got like a 9 to 5 gig. I worked in like an office for like the next 10 years. And then I went back to school, and then I got into healthcare. And then, and each time I would shift into something else. Basically, you change careers, you kind of morph into a significant new chapter of your life, and you're like an actress or an actor. You become someone else. And so I've done this more than once, and I've always been able to kind of just leave the old persona kind of, in the background. Like, okay, I'm just because I put myself through school doing, working in restaurants and whatnot, now I'm doing this, and it doesn't mean that what I did to get through school defines me. And that's how I've thought about everything in life, is like, okay, the past has been fairly easy, I think, for me to kind of put to rest, because I've changed and I've redefined myself more than once. And I know not everybody has that, so it can be really, really hard to, like, I think of yourself in new ways when you haven't been someone that's, I feel like I've had to kind of adapt, mainly because I have been sort of, when you need the money, you become adaptable. Okay. And since I was always self-supporting, self-made, never wanted to get married, never had family support, I guess I've been a very independent person. And so I just paid my way through working, very, very modestly paid jobs, and just like lived simply and frugally, and not tried to make stupid financial decisions, and so I'm kind of I was surprised when I got this message to like go back into the adult industry last month, because I thought we were done. It's like the last thing that I was thinking about. I haven't thought about that. It had been probably over a year since I'd even like looked at one of those sites or gone. I have no reason to. And they are very addicting for a lot of people for a lot of reasons. And you don't have to be a heterosexual male to like, find a reason to like, to watch. And even if you're not interested in the ones that are taking their clothes off, they're just interesting chat hosts that, you can spend too much time just listening to what they have to say, or they're doing something funny, or, they are entertainers, a lot of them. And so long story short, I thought long and hard about what that all meant. Like, okay, bring spirituality to sexuality. And I don't know why. The color of the cam just changed, didn't it? That's so weird. Got all red. Hang on. I think it's because it's getting dark outside. So anyway. So I spent the last couple weeks of December thinking about how this was all supposed to work. And really dreading it, and like, oh, no. I mean, if this is, higher self coming through, this is like something, it's part of the mission, like really did not want to. Okay, there's been a fair amount of resistance to doing a lot of spiritual things, I think. But I do them. And I needed that time really to overcome the resistance because I did not want to nude or non-nude have anything to do with these platforms ever again. Did not want to be in that environment. I don't value what they're about. I think that they pander to the lowest common denominator. I think they keep people down in a matrix, stuck in their lower chakras for a buck. And I feel like it definitely harvests a lot of divine feminine Shakti energy in a negative way. And there's not anything I can do about it. It's not my business, right? So basically all I can do is go on the site and be the type of performer that I would like to see. And so that's what I'm doing. And the type of performer that I would like to see, well, besides just, wouldn't it be cool if there was like an actual adult website for women customers to go, and there's like a grid of like men, and they're all in their little outfits. There's every like male archetype you could possibly imagine. I mean, if this was, if there wasn't a double standard, that's what it would be. It would be men on a grid, in their little window. Ooh, pick me, One's got a little sailor outfit on. I mean, it's basically all the village people and then some. But what would they do? What could they do that would actually please me, that I would pay for? Probably, you're right, not much, because all I really care about is conversation. And yeah, I can generally get that for free until somebody wants to make it about more than that. And then it's like, I'll see you later. Sorry, my friendship wasn't enough for you. Sorry you had to go and ruin it. Friendship was enough for me. What turns me on? Self-control. Mainly because I've developed it in myself. And so this hasn't been much of an energy update for January, has it? Well, okay, here's an energy update for you. The last time that I actually had a physical was on the 3rd of January, and it felt like, like, I don't know if you ever asked yourself where you get your urges and stuff. I mean, I don't really recall exactly what was going on immediately before, or that day, but suddenly I get the idea, and suddenly it seems like a great idea, and it's like something I need to act on, and I'm kind of like I kind of don't want to, but it's like, okay, I'll just like do it and like have the release or whatever and get it over with. And I've really, really tried to like cut back as much as possible on releasing the Shakti energies. In the last year, especially, I've been like tracking it more, like writing it down when it happened, like and trying to write down like some and notice patterns about like what is triggering it, and then like what I'm actually thinking about, because it's such it's a powerful manifester when you have an O you're manifesting. And there's a lot about our sexuality. The reason why we are taught that it's like the end all be all of our existence, like nothing could possibly be better than that, with another person, is because they don't want you to get in touch with your own spirit, where you're basically dancing ecstatically and you're in such a state of altered consciousness. It's like union with another person physically. It just starts to seem, for me, this is how everybody's on their own path, however you feel, but I felt like, once I started getting more connected to my spirit, and especially I'm bringing through a lot of ecstatic dance, which I do an hour to 2 or 3 hours a day. I've been doing this for years. And when you've got that, it really kind of makes certain things pale in comparison. That's all I'm saying, is that it's kind of a replacement behavior, or I feel like I get a lot of my needs met that way. And when I do have these urges to like manifest a physical orgasm in the 3D, it kind of makes me feel like I've lost some type of control over my own mind. And I think maybe a lot of people, if they think about it, really, can you control it? It's hard. It's not easy. And you don't want to be dogmatic. So it's like, okay, well, I wish I kind of didn't feel like this, but I got to forgive myself. And if don't act on it, it's not like that's reason to celebrate. Or you do act on it, it's not reason to feel guilty. And at times I've acted on it or not acted on it and just kind of, again, looked at the patterns, what happens. So the last time I had a physical orgasm in the 3D, on that particular day, there were some other like coincidences, and my dog. That occurred on the same day, which was the 3rd of January. And I've noticed that over the last year or so, like odd coincidences and timings and synchronicities that have kind of gone along with these urges to expend Shakti energy. And I had just this week a pretty strong urge. It was on the 29th. There were about three different things that had come into my hologram that I felt like were kind of triggers. And I had quite a bit of imagery, which I've been able to get rid of a lot of it. A lot of the imagery and a lot of the, because a lot of it for me has been auditory and like certain words and things like that that are kind of like a turn on. And I've been able to get rid of a lot of these things that have created the feeling and the intensity of the feeling that I really don't want to feel, and getting some control over it, I mean. And I was able on the 29th to do that, even though it was strong. I surfed to a porn site, like a very famous porn site that we've all heard of, for the first time in months. And I didn't click on anything, but I looked at the thumbnails, and there was one that I wanted to click on, and it's the type of material that I used to click on to stimulate myself visually and auditorily to have my fabulous Shakti O in the 3D world. But I don't want to do that anymore. I want to use that energy to heal my own body and be closer with my spirit. I want to conserve that energy. I don't want to think those thoughts compulsively, and that's kind of what was happening. And so I felt really good about it. I was able to get some control over my own mind and the things that were passing through. And I very easily could have given in, especially when I surfed to that site. It was like, all right, you know, all that stuff about like your focus and what you watch and what you pay attention to. And it's like, I know all that. And yeah, it just wasn't anything that I wanted to participate in, and I felt like it wasn't really all coming from me, or if it was, I mean, I'm taking responsibility for it, and I did, and so I guess that would be a theme of January, is Krista getting more control over her own mind, and, I'll tell you what happened on the 3rd. So I was, for some reason, I wasn't, trying to remember now. I wasn't trying to, like, redirect those thoughts so much on the 3rd, but I'll tell you what I did do. I kind of rewrote my scripts. So like the usual stuff that I would say to myself to stimulate myself mentally and sexually. Which would just be kind of, you know, like your classic kind of, I guess you could call it dirty talk or whatever. And I would take that and I sort of like merged the language of that culture or that intensity with spiritual language, which I won't get into, but it was interesting. I'd never tried it before. It was an idea that just sort of came to me, and it was a game changer. Basically, I felt like it was and it was an affirmation of the sexual energy, because if I'm gonna do it, it's like I don't want to then feel guilty later, because then that just, you know, it's like I have to have a degree of self-acceptance and self-forgiveness, and in a way, I mean, it's like, I mean, it's no big deal, right? It's just a no, right? It's what we're supposed to all strive for and want, and maybe, you know, you've even been told that it's, you know, you have to have it, or it's good for you, or, you know, if you don't, you're going to be frustrated or something. Well, I don't buy any of that stuff. I think there are much higher forms of alchemy. And so that's basically what I was trying to do, is turn it into an alchemical event by taking the stuff that normally the images and the words had so much power over me, and by tweaking them slightly and using a different vocabulary and bringing in a different vibration, it created the O, but it seemed to be like a manifestation on a higher level. I was basically doing it with the script of, like, the power of that Shakti energy would be not only healing my own self, my own body, but also creating healing energy for the collective and the environment and the planet. And it became very expansive, and it's something that I wanted to, like, experiment with more if I ever had a day where I felt like I needed to act on it and I wouldn't, you know, couldn't get self-control over it, which on the 3rd, for some reason, that seemed like, I don't know, that's the way it played out anyway. And on the 29th, it seemed more important to actively resist it, challenge it, and just not enact it, and have the self-control. I needed to prove that to myself, and I did, and I was really glad that I did. So on that day, I felt really good about it. So now what's happened, so pretty soon after the first of the year, I did decide that I would open up a couple of new accounts, and that I would broadcast, yes, on the adult platforms, and, you know, like sites that I hadn't, like, really worked on before, but I had just known about, token based, not the pay per minute kind, because the token based ones, they have more of like a club type format where, you know, it's like a free show and free chat, and you know, anybody can watch. I mean, members, basically you're on display for the entire universe, you know. And so the thing is, I'm a non-nude act, and I'm either in drag or I have like this mask, which maybe you've seen on my Christopia channel. I almost always have my face covered. Um, so I have like this old lady, like a half mask and stuff, and it like she has like a turkey neck that comes down to here and stuff, and I just love it. I love that mask because it's and basically I've been very open and honest on the bio about what my show is about, that I'm a cross-dresser, male impersonator, drag king. I have all three of those terms on there. I put queerish because I'm asexual and because I don't expect that the clientele on these sites to have any idea what an asexual is, and most people don't. So if I just say, I find saying queer covers me because it's truthful, and um, and it gets people to stop asking any more questions. It's like, because if I say asexual, it's going to be 10 minutes of me trying to explain like what that means, and then probably because people who feel like sex is a necessity have, and have been raised to think that way and have never experienced anything other, let alone entertain a thought of anything else, or that there might be people who could entertain both the thought and the practice of not really giving a damn anymore. you know? Um, I, I feel like I'm losing my train of thought again. Oh yeah, the queerish thing. So I've got that on there. LGBT. Mainly because the sites that I'm on, they are actually friendly to men and women. So I don't want you to think that there are no men that do this. And there are certain platforms that will not allow men to open accounts on their sites. And then. And then there are others that are very open to that. Men, basically, transsexuals, and anyone basically. And so that's the kind of site that I'm on. Is a very, I guess, open to just about anything. But part of that is there's very explicit stuff going on in the free chat. So basically I'm a non-nude drag king in a sea of flesh in all of these other rooms. And the main thing that I put on there is a performance artist, which is true. I mean, we're there. I think anybody that's on cam doing adult work is a performance artist. To some degree. I think it might be a lot of times, depending on how some people take themselves very, very seriously in the industry. Some people will tell you that they absolutely do. Like everything they do is real, and not an act. Some people think that they are, like, they'll call themselves a dom or a dominatrix, and they take that very seriously. And it's like a whole life. It's like a religion. And the thing is, that makes me laugh because, honestly, if all you're, I mean, you can be a dom and wear your black leather and call yourself that, and oh, I'm a lifestyle dom because I've been, I've got all my whips and chains and stuff on my wall. I painted a wall black, now it's a dungeon. But as long as you're basically in the business of just milking a guy for his money and his bodily fluids, which is essentially what it is, it doesn't really matter how you do it. you're still pandering to a male fantasy, when my whole issue with being fake is like, am I enjoying this? And since all I really want from a guy is just like some good conversation, maybe make me laugh or think or teach me something, just be a person, just be a fun, high vibe person to be around. Like, that's all I need. Just, I'm not looking for any joining physically. And you would think, like, it's just so simple, so non-needy, and yet I can't get that. Like, that's all I want. But to make a buck, it's like, well, and this is the other irony is like, so I got this idea, part of it, the catalyst for it was like, I need money. And yet what ended up happening when I finally worked through all my stuff about like, oh God, please don't ask me to go back in that industry. I just can't. I can't believe you would want me to, like, this is the conversation I'm having with my higher self. It's like, no, I got out for a reason. I don't want to be around that element. I don't want to be influenced by it. I don't want to be in, because I mean, it's like, if I do it, it's gonna, because anybody strays from the formula, especially. I mean, if I went back in and I was doing the same thing that I was doing, like years ago, taking clothes off and just doing, the typical, hardcore thing, there would be people watching and having opinions about that. And I'm sure I would be sucked into some pretty negative stuff by some pretty negative people. But whether I do that, I'm under observation by a lot of different multi-dimensional groups. And if I do non-nude, it's the same. And it's not even like a customer base. It's more like, everybody's kind of, it's a very competitive, if it isn't the other female models, it's their management, i.e. their pimps, who are always looking for new ideas so they can, basically crack that whip, get the girls working for them. And things like that. So the irony of this is that I'm not making a dime. It's not that kind of a show. It's it's like, and you might be wondering like why I wouldn't just do this type of an act like on YouTube. Well, I can't, because you can't really, I can't listen to the music that I want to listen to on YouTube. I can't dance to the music that I want to dance to because of the copyright issue. Whereas on these sites, that's not an issue. That's the main reason. Also, I would do it without the music, but I need at least 1,000 subscribers to do like live broadcasts. And I already do kind of like dance videos and stuff like that on Kristopia. And I basically, I make them and then I like dub in other music over them, which is a process to put that in. but and yeah, I guess I've been flirting with the drag and the costume. So basically, this a lot of the stuff that I've been doing on Christopia is what has carried over into the adult arena, and it's comedy. It's basically, I feel like me being myself, me being in my understanding, dominating because I'm doing what I want, and I don't think that a woman can really call herself a dom if she's just doing what the guy wants, right? That it doesn't work like that, you know? A dominant person is the one who, like, they're like imposing their will, or they're getting their way, usually at the expense of someone else that's not getting their way. And that's like supposed to be some kind of a thrill. But I hate all that stuff. I mean, I don't use these terms the way they do in the adult industry. So like the whole idea of tying anyone up or restraint, all that I think it does nothing for me. Hurting someone, whipping someone, none of that does anything for me. I don't I don't really like anything. Which is nice because that leads to detachment and self-control. I've been able to really like kind of overcome and transcend the things that have had some kind of power over me. Like I was saying, there's certain little fetishes and stuff that we've all had, don't have the power over me that they once did. And I really, really question why they were ever my particular, like, why did I like that? Where the hell did that come from? There's so many things that I have questions about. Like, I don't understand why that would be a turn on, unless, and I can speculate why certain things have maybe been programmed. But I don't, all I really care about is not letting it choose my behavior for me. And so what I am doing is, well, I've done some cooking shows, so I wear my old lady mask, and I don't talk to people. I don't really have much to say, and I can't, like, that's the thing. I don't use my voice, and I don't show my body. I talk a little bit, but I talk about things like motivational and inspirational stuff, or I'll say grace. I have not every day, but I sometimes talk about Jesus, or I will invoke the name of Jesus, and if I get a troll, I will love that troll into the light by invoking Jesus, but not in like a really like, not in like a religious way, but in like a more of an embodiment way. I've experienced enough that I think getting roasted is kind of funny, especially on these sites, because it's just like these usernames, right? And my intuition, my empath abilities have grown, and I've evolved more in my own ascension. I can kind of feel where people are coming from a little bit faster and easier, I think, than I ever have. And I've lost a lot of fears. Like, I've worked through a lot of my own insecurities. So In a way, I mean, it's like, I guess I get it. I'm maybe like a good candidate to do this kind of work, this kind of project. Um, which is essentially planting seeds. Um, getting, I think, other women that are in that industry to maybe think about I don't know, what they're doing, if they're enjoying themselves. It's not direct teaching because the women are so isolated from each other and separate from each other. If they do um, have communication, I mean, mostly it's just for business, collaborations, fake lesbian type shows to make money because that's what the men want to see, whether they're really into that or not. Or, like bonding over, complaining about the site that they're on, or complaining about other women, other models, comparing, competing, that kind of stuff. That tends to be what a lot of the female bonding is about on those sites. There's not a lot of real friendship, sorority, um, which is unfortunate. And that the men are just well aware of that, and many of them will try to start stuff with other models, or like pit one model against another and start drama and stuff like that. So basically, by being a drag king, I've put myself in an interesting place because I'm obviously not competing with anyone for looks, which is such a big fucking thing. I forget this is for YouTube. But I think that's one of the most painful things for me to watch is just women falling all over themselves to be the prettiest, which it's like kind of a rigged game. Certain people are, just like anything else, certain model management will, get involved with you and support you and prop you up if you look like you're a good money maker for them. And some models are sucked into relationships with some of their customers, and all kinds of things can happen. Well, basically what I'm doing is just raising vibration. I'm basically just I'm like dancing. Like today I had a like coveralls on, and I had like a mullet. It was like, I don't know, some Halloween wig that I bought years ago. I have a lot of like wigs and stuff. A lot of them I just get during Halloween, and they're like the $4 or $5 ones, $10 ones you can get at the drugstore. I have this one that's a mullet, sideburns, and a little like ratty ponytail in the back. I had that. I had on like, you know, a baseball hat, face cover, oh, and a mustache. So I've been doing a lot with like beards and facial hair and all kinds of stuff. A few days ago, I had on like a tie and a vest and like like more of a businessman look, and got a lot of different looks. It's actually really fun to change gender and like just see what happens. I enjoy it. So that's sort of my measure of like what am I doing? Um, well, I'm enjoying myself, which is the most important thing, and I'm not doing anything that I don't want to do. And I don't have to do anything, so if I turn the cam on, and since I'm not doing it for the money, I have no agenda. So I'm not going in there with a goal. I'm not going in there with, oh, I've got to work for this many hours or until I reach this financial goal. I'm not going to spend 2 hours, you know, putting on hair and makeup like I used to do, which I hated. Absolutely hated that. It was like every night that I worked cam, I felt like I was putting together a look for like, you know, like the most important date of my life or something, because you know my finances were tied up in how pretty I could be, you know, and so I would spend a lot of time getting, you know, sometimes just compulsively like, oh no, I've got more like eyeshadow on this side than on it. This was all before, I mean, for the last 3 years I haven't even worn makeup. That's how much I've changed. um, it's just not me. I just feel like I heard another lady on YouTube talk about this, how she, you know, went through, she's, you know, gone through a lot of changes. I don't think she identifies as, you know, anything specifically spiritual, but, you know, she recognized that she was kind of living a lie, and, you know, she became a full-time RVer, you know, hit the road, solo female traveler. I really admire people that do stuff like this. And so, you know, she's a camper and a hiker, and you know, she starts living her life to please herself, and usually that means like you like yourself, so why would you need to do something to yourself to make, you know, like you're just not, as you please yourself. You're not looking for validation from other people, so you're not doing as many people pleasing type behaviors, which I would say, I can't speak for everyone, but I would say that my look in the past has been a lot more based on like, if I don't do this, I'm not going to be okay, or somebody's going to think that I'm not okay, or somebody's going to think that I'm not this or that, or that my skin doesn't look all right, or I look, you know, too plain or too pale or too old, or, you know, it's like you're always trying to change something because you listen to these ads, and, you know, we get fed all this crap about how we're not good enough. We've got to do things to change our appearance, and I mean, just everything is about how you're not okay, or not, you're somehow not good enough, and here's a product to fix it. Or somebody's trying to sell you like a behavior system. Well, so for me, a big part of getting control back over my life was overcoming that programming around like, you have to do this, this, and that to be, you know, your like look your best. And so the reason that I don't do cam just, you know, just baseline natural with no makeup is because even that is, I feel like, too, I don't want to give any type of a feminine presentation whatsoever. It's kind of like, if I'm not going to wear makeup and I'm not going to go like full bore glamour puss like I used to, I have to go like completely the other way and just like transform into a man or an old lady or some type of a character, because I find like the status quo just to be so boring, and it would still be, I think, well, it's not funny. That's the thing about my show, is like, it, to me, it has to be funny. And what's funny for me is wearing men's clothes and basically challenging people's beliefs around, I don't know, what should be on a site like that. Or I find it's also, it's almost like a commentary that I'm on some higher level. It's like, it says a lot about the, you know, where the collective is, and the clientele, and just, you know, the divine masculine and divine feminine is, you know, when you recognize that, you know, people vote with their dollars, and they spend money on what they value. So basically what I'm doing isn't valued, and yet I'm enjoying myself. Now, the minute I start doing the things that please other people and that I don't enjoy, that's when people want to pay me. And so I've had to make that choice. Am I gonna just be like everyone else and, you know, do the formula, you know, which is basically take your clothes off, put objects in your orifices, have basically very explicit sexual congress, intercourse on cam. And this is exactly what is going on in the rooms around me. Not that I can see it, but I mean, on the grid, if you were to go to the site, you would see all the flesh. And then on the very back page, there I am. Doing my drag show or my kitchen show in my old lady mask and like clothes that are pretty much a boner killer. And I think it's hilarious. And I don't get paid. No one really likes me. Because I'm not doing it right. But that's what makes it funny. And in some small way, I feel like I'm challenging people's minds. In some small way, I feel like if I could do it long enough, I believe I can't do it for very long. It's not very interactive. I don't really have any people in my room, but, you know, the site records me and they distribute it to people. I am a bit of a commodity. They get a lot of ideas from me. I have no control over if they even let other people see it. to tell you the truth. It's a lot like, well, just like all the digital platforms and corporocracies, like, you know, I think there's a few people involved in, deciding like when somebody's going to be, so if someone's view, I mean, I guess I'm saying I think there is censorship and, shadow banning or whatever you want to call it. So I know that I have no control over the viewership. I'm well aware of games that get played by the 1%ers who all not only own these sites, but play on them too. And isn't it fun to know that probably a lot of them have been my former clients? That's right, folks. If I wasn't mind wiped, the things I can tell you about the creepy fantasies of some of the people whose names you would probably recognize. And no, I'm not kidding. So, anyways, I mean, I have a right to be who I am and live my truth. And so I feel like that's what I am doing. I'm not going to go back into essentially a life of playing along with a bunch of low vibe sexual content, and having my sexual energy hijacked and harvested and misdirected when I'm not enjoying it. I'm not interested in any of that. I can't imagine talking about a lot of the things that I used to be okay talking about. Now when I go on the site, I mean, basically, I'm just looking for friends, intelligent conversation, a few laughs, and it's a free show, and it's, my title is basically, I'm spreading good vibes, very open, honest. It's non-nude, hashtag non-nude, hashtag dancing, hashtag cross-dresser or kitchen show, or whatever. I mean, it's like the most, like benign stuff in this ocean of fucking and nude flesh. I look at it, I see a lot of mindlessness. I see a lot of mind control. I see a lot of low vibes and people that are just like stuck in the lower chakras, and a lot of forces trying to keep them there so that they never wake up and get into the heart. And there I am, doing something a little bit different. Now, I'm not the only one that has done something different or is doing something different. But I'm saying it, it is an interesting calling. And it doesn't matter if I have a single view. I mean, there are times when I don't have anybody in my room because I am not doing the things that anyone wants to see on an adult site. And if anyone does come in, typically they only stay for a minute or so and leave, either without saying anything or, sometimes saying hi or sometimes saying something rude. or bossy about, like, you know, show this or that, or, you know, which is what they do on those sites. And since I'm used to all that, I mean, I find it all pretty comical. And again, I do get a certain thrill out of redirecting that. Or talking about Jesus, or just, you know, like, and of course there's a lot more that I could do. I could talk more. I just really haven't felt like, honestly, I think a lot of the people that are on those sites, I don't know. It's like a chat host on a lot of these platforms. They work so hard. I mean, you have to have the gift of gab. You're a live friggin' broadcaster. You think about how many people on YouTube can do that and do it well and be unafraid. Well, I was a live friggin' broadcaster, not on YouTube, not on like a regular platform, but on an adult platform. And it's weird. It's like, I guess I probably could be again if I had like enough subscribers to actually stream live on YouTube. And you would think that after really like coming out spiritually and stuff, that would be, you know, what I would be live broadcasting about. But instead, the way it worked out, because I have more than one thing going on, and, you know, I have this whole background that I think Spirit is trying to I don't know, in some way, like, get me to use for the good, the greater good, because not everyone has this background where they can play with the energies of sexuality and have maybe the level of objectivity that I've been able to bring to it. So I see that, like, a few years back, I had gotten a really clear message that seemed to be from higher source, and it said that you're in a unique position to like influence like other people's consciousness in this industry. And so I'm still trying to figure that out, but it does seem interesting that I feel like I've been called to go back in. Well, I didn't want to. That's the last thing I ever thought I would go back to. Very conflicted. And now that I have, and I did get some channeling about it, which I'll read. So this whole notebook came out over the last month about this whole issue. And it's idea, just like, because when you start a new, it's like, okay, well, now I need a new name, and what is my show going to be? Like, what am I actually, like, going to do online? I had so much stuff coming in. Maybe I marked it. That would make it easier. Hang on. Okay. So, this message came from higher self actually on Christmas Day. Enjoy having an ego. In other words, being a personality. Now is the time to be the instrument. You are played through by higher consciousness. The energies that sustain the all, which appears separate, fragmented, and fractalized, or consciousness in a can. The soup is within and without, and soon all will be revealed. And on that day you will be ready. And then I replied back, thank you, I honor you. And then I started getting the symphony in the house. I said, thank you for the message. My head got really warm. I wrote all this down as it was happening. And then my legs started kind of buzzing. There was a really loud pop. Because I was thinking, can all this be real? It was just so surreal. And yeah, so this is the kind of stuff that, oh, and then there was a reply back. Into the vortex we ride. Enter the storm or be the eye of the storm. Be like water. Walk on water. Ride the wave. Be the surfer. Okay, and then on January 10th, I was going through a lot of inner conflict about actually doing this. So I actually started broadcasting again. Let's see. I opened the accounts on the 5th. And then I was still kind of like mentally trying to prepare to go, because it's just such an undertaking. I can't even tell you how much like this has like been like in my mind as far as like, oh God, I really have to do this. So I actually, after years, like got back online on the 15th. And then I've kind of just done every other day since then for like at least an hour or so. So not a lot of time, but every session is like pumping my vibe into the collective, basically. And on the 10th, I initiated this dialogue with higher self. About embodiment, embarkation, and empathy. I said there's so many levels, moods, personalities, narratives, densities, possibilities. I don't know where to begin because I don't know where I begin and where I end anymore. Fuzzy boundaries in a 3D realm of separation, a dissolving of ego and attachment, or a harvesting of energy and content for profit and evil. So this has been one of my main concerns, is like going back online and how the women's content is actively, I mean, basically you own it, but they also own it. They can do whatever they want with it. And the women and men that are, you know, doing all these very explicit acts, you know, can have their content pirated, uploaded by other people who make money off of it. It happens all the time. It's happened to me. My past content, you know, immediately, well, anything, you know, anything that you say is being picked up by your computer, your phone, being transcribed, and stuff like that. So, anyways, that's a whole other issue. But like, why did I make those videos this week? I started making a video. I didn't know why I did it, and then it ended up being like each one was over like an hour long. And I watched it back and I was like, holy crap, what the hell was that? Why can't I stop talking about MK Ultra? It's not if I want to. Like how do I manifest everything on my vision board and enjoy my life force for the collective and bring friendship and unconditional love to the collective, which is all I really want to do is like manifest that, you know, high vibe, love of all. It's not about romance. It's not about sexuality or looking for your next, you know, physical attraction. It's about loving yourself so much that you love everybody else. And I feel like I'm able to do that, or at least not like, I don't take things personally. I don't, like, I'm not very reactionary when it comes to low vibe people, or, you know, I also don't, you know, my boundaries are pretty good. I don't really give people access that much. So that helps, just kind of knowing, like, what you can and can't do to kind of maintain some control of your life, since there are definitely people who, like, employer, for a full-time employer, they thought, you know, for 1 minute that, you know, they were the only source of my income, and, you know, I'm completely dependent on them because I don't have, like, a spouse or, you know, another paycheck at home, you know, and then they started treating you bad because they can. They think that you really need the job, and that's the world that we are living in. And so I get around that by just never being dependent on, like, one thing, you know. Anyway, so, okay. If you're wondering, on the site, the main site that I'm on has an Alexa rank that is right up there with Google and YouTube. It's been around for a while. Don't go there if you're not already a member. I'm not endorsing it, and I cannot be responsible for anyone surfing to that site and getting sucked into their subliminals and their mind control, and it's only because I've lived through it and I've come a long way with my deprogramming that I can go back in. If you have not been affected by the pornography, I wouldn't start now. So that's why I will not post a link to my account. You would have to find it on your own. And probably what I will do is make some like shorter videos out of the live stream and put them on Kristopia, and you can like see the outfits and stuff like that. And they're not all male impersonator outfits. Some of them are just like me, like with like I wear a lot of hats. I've worn like baklava, you know, like face masks for cold weather and stuff like that. Funny stuff, you know, like funny glasses and funny clothes, and basically I'm kind of a big goof on this adult site, and I don't get any attention. Probably not going to wind up on the first row unless I do something like really drastic, which I'm not trying to call attention to myself. I feel like my first, I realize now it once again, it's just like, it's not about the money. It's about putting your vibration on the airwaves, and people can sense it. They can feel it. It has an influence. It has an impact. in ways that you cannot possibly imagine. And so, um, even though there is not a financial reward, that's part of the performance art. Is like anyone visiting my room would probably be like, what is she doing this for? You know, it's like, how can you like spend all this time, and obviously there's some effort that goes into like putting a costume together, you know, um, to not turn anybody on and then therefore not get paid, because the only, I mean, the whole premise of the site is like, ooh, if she turns you on, then you'll want a tip, you know. So it preys very much on just all the gender programming that we have around men paying women to turn them on. And they never seem to redefine the status quo. What I've gotten in many channelings for a long time is, you know, basically we can't expect the divine masculine to have the self-control necessary to really see the female, the divine feminine, as an equal. There is a huge rift for most people that is very much encouraged by our culture, that you know, it's the Madonna whore complex, basically. You know, like, instead of men and women just being friends and peers, you know, there's always got to be some, like, you know, she's this type of woman, or, you know, like, she's the type of woman that you marry, or she's the type of woman that's, you know, maybe you have a fling with on the side, but you would never, you know, have a child with. Or there's the type of woman who, you know, is like your surrogate mom, or, you know, fulfills your fantasy of some older woman that's gonna like nurture you and take care of you like your mom did. Or, in fact, sadly, the number one fantasy and search term on these adult sites is actually mom. Yeah. And I have been asked many times to do mom, stepmom type role plays. Yeah, I could tell you a lot about what goes on these sites. I just don't want to. I don't think it would really uplift anyone to know. But it's a big part of our cleaning up process, I think, because until people are really willing to look at the fact that sexuality has been both repressed in terms of, you know, people feeling like they can really be, you know, open about how they feel. And then we've been given these outlets that are so sensationalistic and fantasy based to sell people their fantasies, which they are basically all the things that they can't make come true. Like, you have to pay somebody to talk about your fantasy about how you want to lick another guy's bodily fluids out of a female orifice because that's what turns you on. Now, it might be really hard for you to find a live woman that would entertain that fantasy, which is why you would need a professional MK Ultra mind controlled slave who's willing to do that for you. So sexual maturity, knowing the self. When you are willing to look straight up at yourself and your sexuality and what's really going on in your mind and what turns you on and why and things like that, if you feel like it's something where you've maybe lost control or you're feeling the compulsivity around it, that's progress, I think, to be able to check in and really get honest about how you're feeling about it. And yeah, some of us didn't get the vanilla memo, and we aren't on the vanilla path or haven't been. And there's nothing wrong with vanilla. There's nothing wrong with anything, really. There's nothing wrong with the adult cam industry when you compare it to, like, a lot of other things. I mean, it's not illegal, it is a business. But it is the quality of the vibe of this industry. Is it building us up? Is it really supporting a healthy, peer-based relating kind of ethos for men and women? Or is it just reinforcing more stereotypes and things that never did a thing for me, and they still don't? I mean, I've always thought gender roles are just a construct. They change, culture to culture, and depending on what era you're in, and yeah, I guess it's very ironic that somebody who has been celibate for the last 7 years couldn't be happier with the lifestyle. Not telling anybody else what to do or advocating, but I've been happy with the lifestyle. I like having my energy for other things. And there's nothing appealing to me about that. Like, quite honestly, I feel like it's just a bunch of wear and tear on the body. Why would I do anything physical like that when, the thing that I realized was the power of the mind is so great that, like, really, when your fantasies are better than any reality that you've ever co-created, Meaning, like, when I have, um, you know, experienced an O on my own, uh, just using imagery, whether and yeah, I have used or abused a porn, I guess you could say, but I've also used imagination a lot. And, and typically those times would be especially intense, I guess. And I'm not saying this to really say anything other than just making the point that it does make you think when you've had such an intense physical response to your own imagination, your own mind, and the content and the quality of the visuals and the words. And then that makes anything in the 3D just seem pretty just not that appealing, because it can't it just doesn't the intensity isn't there. The intensity is in the mind. Concentrating energies and emotional content in the mind is it's a skill. It's a big part of intuition. And so when I hear people talk about how they can't not imagine, like, going without or living without, but I've also had a lot of people tell me that they don't have an imagination. And I think that might be why. If you don't have an imagination, then yeah, I guess you need another person to create something that you're not able to create in your head. And I think maybe there just isn't enough information out there about if I mean, I'm not advocating for differences, but I think that might be a difference that that we don't really talk about, is like there is a big difference between people that have an imagination that's developed and those that have an imagination that's maybe in need of some development. That's all. And people, I think, are at various stages of being comfortable with their imagination, and that could be a function of a lot of things: their upbringing, their belief systems, maybe their soul age, perceptions, definitely. So, yeah, I guess I hesitated to bring this topic up because I don't want it to be titillating. I don't really know who my subscribers are, but hey, I don't really know who's on the other side of that screen on the adult side either. So, I don't know. Maybe sooner or later everybody gets to put themselves on video and we all get to see your vibe too. But I feel like I've been called to, I guess, put mine out there visually. I never thought I would do this again. But I also don't know how else to really get a message across sometimes unless you can kind of see how it's coming through me and my face. And see, that's the thing that they hate on the adult webcam site. More than anything, they want face. Because there are plenty of people who try to get away with just showing body. there are a lot of women, especially, that would really prefer to maintain their privacy and not be recognized. If you think about it, I mean, everybody that's on these sites, they're just people. They're just people who, have bills to pay. And that's why they're doing. Nobody would do this job if there's any listeners that are feeling like judgmental about like the type of person that gets in it. Or are people who say like, oh, why don't they just get a real job? It's like, I've had dozens of real jobs, and if you mean like a brick and mortar job where, I mean, there's a lot of ways to be an independent contractor in the private sector as well. There's different statuses, whether you work for the government or a nonprofit or a for-profit or a school district or, but there's a lot of people who are refugees from like traditional work and, really want to be their own boss. And yeah, I don't know why the sex industry ended up kind of being like a predominant thing, other than just, the MK Ultra has been a theme running through my life on many levels. Personal relationships and some other things I could tell you about, but I don't think that it's really the time or the place. And but I do feel like I guess the reason it's all sort of happening or coming together this way is because it was a plan. And it is a place where I can serve. So it is amusing to me to be doing what I'm doing and doing it my way. And I love expressing myself as a drag king. I love dancing, and I love making stuff in my kitchen and eating it in front of people, and that's basically what I do. And even though it's like really high vibe, it's not valued. But all the people who are like taking their clothes off, and there are so many of them, it's like everywhere, in every room. It's sick. And occasionally I'll like pop in there, just like since I've been back on cam, I'm kind of looking at like, okay, what's going on in these other rooms a little bit, but I can't stay in them. It's just so horrific. It's like, ooh. I don't get how people can do it for hours and hours and hours and every day. And I remember how much I hated it when I was doing it. I mean, I really was averse to it, even though I felt like it was, again, sort of like an MK Ultra sort of brainwashing type of compulsion. And it was a lot of justifications around, well, it's better than this or that, or, I get this out of it, like the freedom, like not punching the time clock type of thing. So there's all kinds of things about it. But deep down inside, like in my core, I hated every minute of it. And in fact, most of the time I would usually have to drink or do something to kind of like alter my my consciousness just to get on cam. I was never eager, ever. It would take me sometimes half an hour to an hour after I was ready, like full hair and makeup and costuming, to go start making that bacon, bringing home the bacon, making that bread, because it was just so like, ew. I don't want to go on this site and act all upbeat and talk like this just so I can like get some man like basically behind a closed door telling me what his creepy fantasy is, and then me pretending to like what he likes for money, and then taking my clothes off and pretending to masturbate to orgasm to get him off. That's the glamour. So now I do what really turns me on, which is making myself ugly. So I play with beauty standards, aging standards, and gender norms. And it's a lot more fun. And I'm not doing it full time. I'm basically, I guess I've kind of reconciled it in terms of like, yeah, all I would have to do to like make all of my financial issues go away right now is take my clothes off. That's all I would have to do. And you would think that it would be so easy to just go back into that type of behavior. But I know what it leads to, and I know that it's just another test. It's not even really, it's not a temptation. I bring it up only as like evidence to me of where I'm at in my head of just as far as like what I can do and what I can't do, even in a state of what many people would probably consider to be like, I should be desperate. I should be so desperate that that's what I do. Quite honestly, if I wasn't in a state of mind where I've been through so much, I have dropped so much of the status quo and the thinking of the matrix, that even like the whole worrying about money and that being like, what's behind everything that you do, every action, every decision that you make. Like the money part of it is actually so far removed from what I think about or why I'm doing it. If anything, I think almost right away I kind of got to a place of like, it's almost like I'm entertaining myself, trying to turn off the audience and seeing who still sticks around. In a way, I want to be astonished. I want somebody to see what I'm doing on an energetic and a metaphysical level, and I don't know if that's possible. But I feel like I have to try it. And it really is, like, performance art is supposed to make you think. It is supposed to be unexpected, something unusual and an unexpected place. So, in that regard, I feel like this is me being an artist of the spirit, in a way that I do feel serves my soul and is a part of my mission here and is a higher purpose. And I wanted to just sort of, come out about it because I hear so many people talk about like things that they're doing, but they say, people use so many abstract terms, or they just don't get real specific about like how they're really manifesting their mission, or how it's really like playing out for them day by day, or the reason, like the motivations for things, why they're doing them. And I think that's a shame, because I think we need to hear more about, especially people who are called to do these things that, I think a lot of people are, they just don't talk. I mean, who wants to admit that they're on an adult site? I mean, you're supposed to be ashamed. You're supposed to be, whatever. You're supposed to hide it, live a double life, pretend like these things don't exist, pretend that they're not popular, pretend that... I mean, now I'm at a point where I just look at everybody and just think like, which side are you on? I mean, not that you're a performer, but I mean, a lot of people have surfed to these sites, at least taken a look, if not become a member. And yeah, probably they don't want to talk about that part of their life, because we're all supposed to be ashamed of masturbation. Well, I don't want to masturbate, but I don't want to be afraid of that word. But it also doesn't make me want to like listen to you talk about it either. Like, it doesn't make me want to have a conversation about how, like, I never want to have another conversation with anyone, really, where they're telling me what they like. And how they'd like me to get into it, because I just can't. I just can't. I spent too many years getting the short end of the stick spiritually, I think, where I lived just, to subjugate my true thoughts, feelings, beliefs, values, for a buck, a cheap buck. And I had no idea how dearly I was paying in spirit, but I do now. And I feel like my energy has been harvested, it's been drained, it's been exploited, it's been hijacked. And I have to honor my own sexual energy more, and I do. And it's not a religious thing, it's not a prude thing, it's not an anything. It's just recognizing that there is, energy, and it's how you express it and expend it. And I have become very choosy about what I want to expend my energy on. So I would much rather make a 3-hour video for people that I don't know, but I believe are watching this because they're looking for some kind of a spiritual vibe or some type of information, than other types of audiences that may not be looking for that kind of content. So any content that we watch has an intention behind it, the intention of the maker. And my intention is really just to kind of come clean, be authentic about what I'm doing and how spirituality is manifesting through me. And I guess you probably wouldn't think that it would manifest through the adult webcam industry or the pornography industry. But why not? It doesn't really work to pretend that it's not there when these sites are right up there with the major search engines for a reason. People are substituting this type of entertainment, for a connection with spirit. And so I'm on there. I'm back on there. Boots on the ground. Hands on. In the trenches. Just bringing a different vibe for what it's worth. Now, I don't know how long this is going to last as far as, I do things as long as I feel like, I don't know. If it's time to stop, I guess I'll get that message. I have not received that type of a feeling or message. Yet, but I don't have any control over it either, so it could happen at any time. And, sorry, I'm a little distracted by the dog. So there's no shoulds or have tos. But, yeah, it is lonely. It is isolating as far as, like, there's really no one I can tell. So it feels good to tell all you good people. And I'm smiling. I think I did my last energy update about a month ago, and I said, I feel great, and I would say that is still the case, which is more than I can say for most of 2018 and 2019, which makes me feel like I must be on the right path because I'm not unhappy. I'm not super high vibe today, but I've had many days where I've been pretty upbeat. I've also had some low days, but overall I would say that the January energies have been manifesting for me pretty positively, and as long as that's the case, I just did a video too about, like, how to measure your ascension progress, and there were like 3 things: empathy, embodiment, and I forgot the other one, but they all started with an E. And I would say those 3 things are things that I'm bringing to this piece of performance art. I'm basically embodying my values. I have a lot of empathy for not only myself, but the other women and men that work as adult entertainers, mainly nude entertainers. I have empathy for the customer base, even though I may not be especially thrilled that that's why they're there, is just to fap. Yeah, I'm not turned on by that or excited by that at all. It's not anything I'm interested in, obviously. I just told you exactly why. Um, and I don't know. I can't say I really know why I'm doing it or what. I don't have the greater understanding other than I guess it's like affecting who it needs to affect or it's having some impact of which, how do any of us ever know like what kind of an impact we're really having on other people that come in contact with our vibe? But I keep thinking about the life of Jesus and how he treated everyone the same. And he went into places that no one else wanted to go. So when I think about that, I start to get pretty emotional. Because it's like being asked to go someplace, back someplace. That I never wanted to go. And try to have like some kind of a positive impact. And try to have some fun doing it. And if that isn't performance art, I don't know what is. But I've always thought that Jesus was the consummate performance artist. And that he was an artist of the spirit. And he showed the way. And he wasn't afraid of anybody. And he wasn't intimidated by anything. And he knew people. And he wasn't disgusted by anything or anyone. He saw everybody for who they were. The potential in them to, at any moment, choose a higher path if they weren't already choosing that. You know, his life was mainly about setting the example. And then I feel like we have a lot of dogmatic stuff in organized type groups about it so that people can avoid doing their own reading and interpretation and practicing the embodiment of what he taught, which is the most important thing. And you don't need a middleman to read it and see what he was doing. So anyway, I just had to go to the bathroom. It's been recording this for so long. Well, this is what happens when you have nothing scripted or written down. It's been a while since I made a video. I don't know how I just talked for 3 hours, and yet it does seem to be pretty easy to just keep, because, I don't know, could it have anything to do with the fact that I have no one else to talk to about this stuff? I just keep it all inside, which sucks, and I'm tired of it. And I do that because I just always end up, like, who could possibly understand? It's like, all I have to do is mention the adult industry and somebody's gonna have a judgment, right? Unless they've been in it. Unless they really have a pretty open mind. A lot of people are afraid of what they don't understand, and most people's idea of sexuality is vanilla married sex. Okay? And that's their ideal, and that's their, and it definitely is not adult webcam or pornography or people who don't give a shit and just crave celibacy and abstinence and the asexual joys of being one with their spirit. Okay? So I guess I'm just so used to being a minority that I don't even know how else to think most of the time, but it does get old. It has gotten old to the point where I don't know how much longer I can go on, like acting like I don't have any needs, or that it wouldn't be nice to be understood myself. Because obviously a big part of this is, like going back into the industry is righting the wrong of, for myself, of like how I was doing everything to please everyone else and never anything to please myself. When you're supporting like men's creepy fantasies for money, when your only fantasy is just, like I was saying before, just be a friend. I've never had that. I don't think I've ever had a single like guy friend in my life that didn't at some point want it or expect it to be more. And a lot of it too is it's very, very important that I'm not like using physical appearance to manifest money. In other words, I don't want to be paid for having a certain look or looking a certain way. I've never been a conformist. Like, I mean, a lot of people that work on these sites, I mean, they've invested heavily in body modification, heavily, in surgeries for skin, face, boobs, butts. I mean, gone under the knife to like look a certain way to please people, and to obviously it's like an expression that they want. Just like somebody might have, I guess, some huge need to like put breast implants in their body. I feel like I have a huge need right now to dress up like a dude and dance around on an adult website, and just make people think. And that's my calling right now. One of them. And I don't really know what else there is to say. It seems to be my calling until it's not anymore. And it's just my job to enjoy myself. I really am a clown. In fact, I have this particular, I have glasses and a clown nose. I've worn that kind of a setup. I very often like feel like I'm in a 3-ring circus and I'm like kind of a ring master. And you know, I really feel like I have a pretty good moral compass. So I'm okay with what I'm doing. I'm planting the seeds that need to be planted. And I'm doing it all in drag, which is just a hoot. And it's very, I've always felt pretty androgynous in my thinking, and since I've been kind of like a self-made person, I've been like my own husband and my own wife, my own householder, kind of a do-it-yourselfer type, and very independent, and so changing genders, at least visually, giving people something different to look at that makes them see me differently is like an acting thrill. I love playing with gender norms and stereotypes and like what turns people on and why and stuff. And when people are not attracted to me as a man, it turns me on. And when people are not attracted to me as like an old lady, like here, let me get my mask. I'll show you. Okay, so you've probably seen this on some of my Christopia videos, but see, I love this. It makes my voice sound funny inside the mask, but see, now this is a whole other perception of a person. And I like playing with perception and the unexpected. And yeah, I think when I am able to, I mean, to me, if somebody did give me money in drag, or like wearing this mask, or being not pretty, being rewarded, or being financed for being non-pretty, I think would be quite an experience. I'm not looking for that. I mean, I'm not expecting anything, but I think it would be such an indicator of growth in the collective if like an act like mine, and I really think it would, honestly, it would be great. I almost wanted to like do like a recruitment video because honestly, I could use some backup. This is kind of like, honestly, if there were a bunch of like really emotionally centered and gender kind of neutral type uh, spiritual beings, star folks who felt like it was their mission to maybe, oh, have a little bit of fun with the adult industry, it could be a massive wave because, you know, if there were more people doing this, like making accounts and going, you know, onto sites like this and kind of like doing the opposite of what is expected, you know, the expectation is that you'll be nude, so being non-nude, or the expectation is that you'll like talk about their fantasies instead of talking about what you want to talk about. And so if there was um, a, a wave of people who were feeling called to join the mission, I would think that it could only be enhanced by actual numbers. But again, I would never want to do that because I don't want to be. I don't want to encourage people to do something that they, you know, I think if it's your calling, you will know. But I have had that idea or that fantasy of like not doing it alone. Like if there were other people that were doing what I'm doing, that it could really like change the world, because if you change the way people who are so stuck in the root chakra look at their root chakra, it's gonna change the world. But right now, people are so stuck in thinking like this is the way it is, this is the way it has to be, and it isn't. It's just like pornography has, I mean, our world has become so over sexualized. It is hyper sexualized in the music industry. Um, you know, just the accessibility of porn sites to anyone. So much free stuff. So much greed. So many people. You know, all globally. You know, like basically pirating content and redistributing it, making money off of it. I mean, there's just like women's bodies, you know, or men's, but you know, it's sexy. Anything that's considered sexy is like something that we're supposed to crave and think is like something we really want. And I disagree with that. I would say that that's what keeps us controlled and in a matrix. And we in the community, you know, you hear a lot about how, you know, you've got to challenge your, you know, all of your beliefs and your thinking and things like this, and it's true. But then, you know, it stops short of money and sex, right? So I am basically putting myself right in the heart of those two issues, and just kind of going right to the lowest common denominator, basically, of what most people, what makes them tick, what motivates them, because they're not in the heart yet. So if we had more people that were called to do this kind of work, who have been activated from the heart, it would really help raise the vibe. And I feel like that is what I'm doing is, you know, my, in some small way, my part to, you know, if nothing else, challenge the status quo and, you know, to be just an example of somebody who changed. If nothing else, I mean, most of the people that have been in that industry as performers have been around for a while. Most of them don't find what's a whale or like, you know, like that, you know, billionaire that's going to take them away from all that. They're still like, you know, working 5, 10 years later, just like, you know, these porn stars. It's like, what are you doing working cam now? You're so famous, you know, and here you are basically, you know, working by the hour. Well, um, I don't know. I just really, I don't know how much systems are going to change when our systems and our corporocracy is kind of the issue. And money is an issue. And sex is always going to be wrapped up in all of that. And I think I probably started to say before and probably got a little off on a tangent, but basically what I was saying is kind of what I've the realization that I've had is if the women are like the divine feminine is waiting for the divine masculine to be the leader and to make those changes and to provide the leadership, the providership of equality, true friendship, and peer-based relationships, I think the divine feminine might be waiting a really, really, really long time. And I think it might be realistic to expect the divine masculine to be able to bring that to bear because they are, by and large, not all, but many are very much trapped in not having transcended or, you know, the self-control of a lot of the sexual compulsions and belief systems. So, unfortunately, I have not met too many other asexuals or those that have talked about being happily celibate. I hardly hear anybody ever talk about like true friendship. I hear a lot about, you know, things that I think are just kind of status quo stuff that sells soda and chips and antidepressants and stuff like that. That's just mimicking, you know, the advertising industry. Ever basically, if something's being advertised to you, you know, and it has a really big budget, you might want to ask yourself why that is. Why the hard sell? You know, if you really needed that. You know, we've been sold a certain way of looking at sexuality. That's all. That's all it is. Because of technology, it's proliferated. But you know, pornography was different, a lot different in the 70s and the 80s when I was a kid than it is now. And before that, it was, you know, I mean, there wasn't as much print media. I mean, there was a time before there were any magazines and stuff. It's just, you know, the more visual content that there's been on, you know, whether it's written or video or even audio, I mean, the more people just get hypersexualized, overstimulated, and it is very superficial. It is not based on friendship. Things are so polarized now between divine masculine and divine feminine, with, men being actively encouraged to believe that their worth is, what they bring in terms of wallet, and women in terms of a physical appearance. And so anything that we can do to kind of break out of that stale paradigm and take our power back by challenging gender norms, how you're supposed to act depending on your age, your gender, your anything, the better. And I do hope that in the future that there will be more people that are willing to maybe go the performance art route and, take some risks and do it. Maybe, it really is service, especially when you're not getting paid. You really come to terms with kind of what your vibe is, what your essence is, what your values are, when you have to come face to face between your own survival and what you will and will not do for money. And it is very eye-opening. It is very empowering to have that kind of self-knowledge. And I wish I knew more people that had it. I wish I would cross paths with more people that have that. And I do hope that more people will feel called to do acts like this, which on the surface might seem like you should just avoid the whole thing because it's negative. But I'm here to tell you, if you're at a certain vibration, it can be done. Has it brought me down going back into these environments in the last couple of weeks? That's a good question. It has at times, but it has also at times been kind of enjoyable and invigorating. But by and large, I would say I'm pretty neutral. I'm pretty neutral. At one point, probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, I thought about making a video about all the internal struggle that I was going through. I almost felt like, I don't know, I had to confess to people or something, when it's like, or get, I don't know, it was almost like for a hot minute, I felt like sort of talking about it almost like, but then I realized that was sort of coming from a place of like, wait a minute, I don't need, I'm not looking for validation here. I'm not looking for permission. I don't have to explain myself. This is between me and spirit, and so I didn't record. I guess I'm glad I waited until I kind of got started with this, and now I've done a few broadcasts and stuff, and like that channeling on the 15th said, just like, just get started and kind of see where it goes. And so I am still kind of hammering out, like, what am I, am I going to do anything else? Like, how, like, do I want to put a ton of time into, like, doing things that are, like, more comedy, and stuff like that? And then if I do, how can I share that with my spiritual community? It's like, if I'm going to make content, I don't want to just do it for, like, the adult webcam FAP community. It's got to be for, it's got to do some, double duty. And so I'm still trying to figure that. But then again, but see, there's also, it's just, time, and the fact that I have not personally figured out how to transcend the financial system. All I've really been able to figure out is what I can and cannot do for money, because some things aren't, some things, if you're going to be fake and do things that go against your values, you're basically just hurting yourself and paying too high of a price, and it's the kind of price that cannot be expressed in dollars. It is a price of the spirit, which just makes anything else pale in comparison. And I think when you're at a certain point, even if you do not have financial support, even if you maybe should be so desperate that you would just do anything, somehow you're just not able to give it that level of fear, and you just can't function like that, because you just can't. But yeah, I don't know. By and large, I feel like I am on the right path, and that this is creating the highest timeline for my own evolution. And of course, I always want the best for the collective, and I think they are, as long as I'm living my truth and spreading joy, staying high vibe, that is going to benefit everyone. And so that's what I'm doing, even if it may appear from what I've just disclosed that I am not. I would say very much to the contrary. If you cannot bring your high vibe, to the lepers, Jesus, walked with lepers and criminals, and he called out the people that were turning the body temple into death, basically. The death of spirit, a whited sepulcher. And that is, when I go on these sites and I see the way people act and the things that they say, and the things that they do, I do feel disgusted that there is so much greed, superficiality, really a lack of like what passes for connection and relationship. These are men, mainly men on these sites, who are throwing tip money at women that they don't know because they give them a feeling of like having a girlfriend experience, basically, for a lot of them. Like, not the pay per minute type site so much, but the token sites where it's like a free show and free chat, sort of a club atmosphere. Like, you know, we're all a tribe around this one female. All of these females, or any performers, you know, they all have a following. I used to have a following when I was doing it full time on this other site as a nude model. And, you know, it's just like a following, you know, anywhere else. I mean, you don't really know your followers, but they see something in you that they like. But yeah, it's just so superficial, and it's like, when I think about the way, I mean, there's so many men that are on these sites like night after night after night after night after night, hanging out in these women's rooms, a lot of times to watch like a longer show, because a lot of them will play a game of like, you know, it's kind of like slow to get naked or whatever, and then there's the big finale of she masturbates, and that's how, that's the formula for the way a lot of people run their rooms on that particular business model. But it just makes me feel so sad that, like, this is what we have. This is what our technology has given us. Is the illusion of connection with someone through a screen. Oh, and now it's all like they're pushing. Well, in the last couple of years that I've been out of the business, all the teledildonics, which is basically these pink tampon devices that men and women insert into their lower orifices, and then there's an app that the men or the customers can then, when they tip a certain amount, it makes it buzz, and then the male or female performer fakes an orgasm. Or, I don't know, maybe some of them really do orgasm. I don't know. I don't care, but it looks pretty fake to me. And it amazes me how many men are naive enough to think that it's real. Any of it. Any of it. You know, there's so many fake, like, oh, baby. You know, I mean, there's just all this kind of breathy voice, and or people like talking and like they're way too sweet. They're just so fake. And I've, you know, I've talked like that. I've been that person. I'm not proud of it. I'm not ashamed of it either, but it's like, I don't want to be that person again just because it was so fake and superficial, and I don't want to be fake and superficial. That's all. That's the only thing I'm against, is being fake. I want to be honest about what I like and have you like I like friendship. If you're looking for body rubbing, just tell me, and we don't have to pretend that we can be friends. But it's not like you should expect that I'm going to do body rubbing just because that's what you're into. But see, this is kind of what's happened is, you know, the women are completely trying to outdo each other to like be what they think that the men want, and it just keeps getting like lower vibe and lower vibe and lower vibes, to the point where, you know, now it's like the teledildonics with, you know, like men are getting a thrill out of like they tip money and then it buzzes her physically in the room,
and then they're getting off on her fake so it's all about like, you know, like people don't have real emotions in their life. They're not emotionally alive themselves. And then a lot of what a lot of people are addicted to with these, when they find a performer that they really like, um, is her emoting. So, and that's another reason why I don't like to show face, is because, you know, all the things that they can do with, you know, hijacking your image. And I think it's called, I forget what it's called, but like the deep fakes and stuff like that. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. And but it basically comes down to how we've all been, you know, basically taught that we are less than, we're not good enough, we need all this stuff and products and things to like, so that we're okay. And I had to just tell my dog to quiet down, and now I forgot what I was saying. So I know this is just maybe getting a little bit long and repetitive, but yeah, I guess I needed this. I needed to be long and repetitive and like put on my old lady mask and be like, this is me. You know? It's still me. And when you realize just how much people are reacting to hair and clothes, where the fat is distributed on the body type, all that kind of stuff. It's just so superficial. I can hardly stand it. And I don't know, being some small voice in a sea of folks that, I don't know, just kind of see things in a certain way. I don't know. There's just some kind of artistic value to it that appeals. And honestly, I know I mean, I'm gonna stop talking, but I think I just keep talking because, you know what I want to say. I just want to say, I just wish more people could see it. So anyway, my channel isn't very popular and I hardly have any subscribers. And I don't even know if the powers that be allow my stuff to really get out that much. And it doesn't really matter. The only thing that really matters is the intentionality behind the transmission, and the intentionality behind this one, which is probably like the longest friggin' video I've ever made. I don't know. I'm tired of being isolated and alone in my work and in my mission. And you might as well know that, yeah, Krista Sage has an adult webcam background, among a lot of other things. And yet, I know by saying that, that's probably the only thing that you'll ever remember about me, unless you are probably pretty far along your spiritual path, because I know people get hung up on sex stuff or the mention of sex pretty easily. But, you know, I've got to be me. And I do think that this is obviously some kind of path. And I think that there is a potential to raise the vibe. I think there is ascension to be had on many levels. And that it is planting certain seeds, giving people certain ideas. And I could say more specifically, but I think that what I would really like to see also is people, maybe if they feel like they're able to, being a lot more authentic about specifically things that they're doing and why, like knowing the motivation behind why you're doing it. So I just described quite a bit of like why I feel like I'm doing what I'm doing, because I do not want to come to the end and feel like I did not live, that I lived a life unexamined. That's never been my intent. Always wanted to understand like why I do things, and or why I'm doing so, or why I have this idea. And as disgusting as the environment might be to me, as like I disagree with almost everything about it, but it is, I must say, I mean, the adult webcam industry will allow you, if you are a live streamer, will allow you to play music and dance wearing any clothes that you choose. You do not have to be nude. There are a lot of regulations and, you know, things, you know, that you can and cannot do or talk about on cam. But basically, yeah, they want you making money, getting naked, and growing a following, just like, you know, anything else. In fact, I'll just kind of wrap it with this. The two sites, one site is like really pretty highly ranked in terms of traffic, and the other one isn't as much. And I've done both mainly because I knew there's always a problem like with one or the other and stuff. And so I've already, in just like 2 short weeks, had issues with the one site that's really got a lot of traffic, cutting my streams in the middle very rudely, and telling me, you know, like I need to upload my ID again and all this kind of stuff. And it's basically just, you know, some programmer or, you know, somebody monitor, you know, on the site that doesn't like my act, who's just cutting me off to be an ass. And so that happened like 3 times in a row. And each time it was like, okay, upload, and then it's like, well, you didn't need to do that. And it's like, so I contacted them and was basically like, like they were asking for the ID for age verification each time, and I said, well, is it because I'm like wearing masks and facial hair and stuff like that? Because if that's the case, it's just going to keep happening. I don't have to stream here. I'm like, I don't want to work somewhere that I'm not, or I don't want to stream somewhere that I'm not, wanted. And if this is going to be an issue, I mean, we can have some kind of a signal so you can tell that it's me. But yeah, I was very honest in my bio about what my act is. I'm a drag king. I obviously have to wear stuff to transform myself into a man. And if I'm not in drag, I'm wearing usually wigs or prosthetics of some kind. So yeah, I'm not always going to look like my ID. But you already know that. And anyway, so I just kind of challenged them to be like, look, do you want me here or not? Because I strongly suspect that they actually are getting a lot out of it. And they are, it is getting distributed. There is quite a viewership because there is an influence. And it's more than I can see. And I would say the same thing has been true of the Krista Sage channel as well. And I don't know who's behind all that, but I guess the powers that be. So my only role is just to, invest the time in making it, I guess, and then what ends up being pushed to you or what you end up getting recommended or seeing, I think it's a function of a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on the airwaves, energies, unseen forces on both sides, I would say so. And so anyways, they did come back and apologize. And so I got the feeling that, well, and I was told that it would stop, that they have, basically alerted the employees there, whatever they needed to alert them to. So I don't think it's going to be a problem anymore, but they were kind of like, if I hadn't challenged them, they were kind of like playing this game with me, like, oh, every time you stream, we'll let you stay on for about half an hour or so, and then we'll just like, pull the rug out from under you and cut you off and give you a message that tells you that you have to waste your time taking some action to get, so that you can broadcast again. And it's like, I'm not going to play this game every single day with you. I mean, especially when I'm not, well, I didn't say that. I didn't say what I'm not making. This isn't like a job. Obviously I'm not making money, and I understand that, they really do want the whole thing exists so that all the workers, support the platform to keep them going, And so, obviously, I'm not doing anything to be a top producer on your site because I'm not playing the game. I'm not living the formula. And you probably don't want me here for that reason, and I get it. And if I could just do my act on YouTube, I would, but I can't because there's no music allowed, and I don't have 1,000 subscribers to do live streams. And I don't know, there's just something about a live broadcast. Like I guess I could do videos and stuff like long form and stuff of me dancing, but I don't know, there's just something about a live act in the moment, and my my cosmic dancing is so spontaneous. I mean, it really is just an expression of the music and, you know, the spirit that comes through. There's no choreography, there's no pre-planning. It's just like these talks or these downloads. I don't know what I'm going to say next, but it's authentic because I don't know what I'm going to say next. I'm yawning. All right, well, on that note, I'm not very good at, like, ending these things. But, anyways, I would say drop a comment, but I just feel like nobody ever drops a comment on my videos. I have no audience. I have no freaking audience. I have so much to say, but, like, I just can't make those little 10-minute videos with my clean little sweet message of light and love. You know? It's like trying to bring light and love to, like, a place where there's so little. It's just comical. And but that's the mission. That's the calling. So, how are you doing? How's your mission going? And if you, tell you what, if you found any of this inspiring, if it's ever been a dream of yours to challenge the status quo when it comes to gender roles, sex roles, sexual behavior, appearances, the male gaze, you know, what the expectations of males and females, relationships, friendship. If you are a performer of any kind and you enjoy, could be anything, really. Maybe you just have the gift of gab. Maybe you like, you know, having a certain look, or you have a character. You have an act of some kind. Anything. You could be a singer. Or a musician, play an instrument, play game, just anything like that. You can do it on adult webcam and bring your high vibe to that platform. You absolutely do not have to do anything sexual to take your clothes off. I'm doing it. And if more people did it, it would be really awesome to not be, you know, one of the few. Because until the divine feminine basically, it's kind of like, you know, that whole we are the ones we've been waiting for thing. It's like, yeah, I wanted there to be a savior too. Like I wanted somebody else to step up and, like, you know, save the day, be the hero. And then I realized I had to be the hero of my own life. Nobody could do it for me. I had to live my own truth. And it's really about, you know, connecting to the Redeemer within. There's no external Redeemer. And so when you start taking responsibility for being that for yourself, and then like realizing everything that you're doing is just an expression of that, you're basically trying to save your own life, save your own sanity by stop living a lie. And you know, if you're one of those people that has seen out of the matrix and you can see how you've been dumbed down and controlled and put in a box and sold a pack of lies about this is how it is and how it has to be, and you've seen through that, and you're ready to explore new territory, we actually can, you know, if we collectively promoted friendship the way the advertising corporocracy promotes competition, jealousy, romantic relationships as the end-all be-all of existence, like this is the only way you could ever be happy, as if you have this hot romantic connection, someone looking up at you, telling you how great you are, you know, that's someone special. It's like everyone is special, and you know, it's always been about friendship. The fact that no one talks about that, and no one really talks about, I mean, it's like, yeah, you have friends, but how close are you really? It's like, yeah, you might be married to somebody, but you know, it's amazing how many intense romantic relationships a person has in their life, and you know, it's so intense during, but then it's like you break up, and then you know, pretty soon you're not thinking about them anymore, and they're just like somebody that you used to know, right? But I don't know. In a world that is so superficial when it comes to relationship, and so limited and unimaginative when it comes to what's possible between people, well, we're not taught to develop ourselves, let alone our capacity to really relate to others. We can hardly relate to ourselves. And, you know, but if you manage to kind of, you know, reconnect with your own spirit to where you're not expecting that much from other people anymore, you're not externally validated, you're internally validated. And you have some of these characteristics or these traits, and you ever feel like, you know, you want to express them in like a way that does maybe kind of shake things up a little bit, and you're curious about it. Maybe you're thinking about it. Drop a comment. Get a hold of me. If you're even thinking about it, you should connect. And yeah, I mean, if it's your path, I think you'll know it. But I don't think that the divine masculine is going to provide the leadership for changing anything about the status quo in terms of relating, because they have no incentive to. They are being pandered to. All of their basest fantasies have been indulged and reinforced. And people are not afraid of talking about their fetish, but anything spiritual, what's that? See, that's the sickness. It's like, I don't want to hear about your creepy fantasy. I want to hear about how you express your spiritual side. Impress me with your self-knowledge, or, you know, what did you do to get to know yourself better? What did you do to be of service to other people? You know, what do you think about? That's what people really crave. That's what I crave, mainly. I just want to be seen, not seen a certain way and have somebody's stupid fantasy projected onto me, like, oh, she looks like somebody who might get into my mommy fantasy. No. No. I too want to be nurtured by a parental figure. I didn't get that. I've had to nurture my own inner child, and I have done that through reconnecting through spirit. And nobody can do it for you. So, this is about nurturing the collective. Believe it or not, just may not seem that way on the surface. May not look that way. And yet deep down inside, I think metaphysically, all you have to do is see what I am doing on sites like this. What's going on in my room. The vibe that's going on in my room is quite a bit different than the vibe that's going on in the rooms all around me. And if nothing else, that right there is just friggin' hysterical. And I wish more people could see it and could be a part of it, and maybe wanted to do it too, because it really is a lot of fun. And I think the more people that challenge the status quo and impose our wants and needs and our wishes and our desires and our preferences and our values, the way we have had so many in the negative polarity impose their creepiness, their values that are creepy, and their systems that are creepy on us. We take control back by basically this is a form of protest. It's a form of, you know, using humor to say, you know what, I don't agree with your values. I might have to accept that, you know, this is what your values have produced, and, you know, sign up for an account on your creepy site. But it doesn't mean I'm gonna like do what everybody else is doing on it. You know, I will use whatever latitude there is to bring a different vibe to the broadcast and the message that I'm sending. And I don't know, I guess I just keep thinking that cumulatively, I mean, really the smart thing to do would just be like pumping out a lot of like Krista Sage motivational kind of stuff. And not even just videos, but you know, I'm a writer and I write all this stuff and then I never publish it. And things like that. I don't know why that is exactly, other than, I mean, the whole video uploading of Krista Sage from May through like August last year was such, like every single friggin' day, such a compulsion. So I really feel like I have been doing things, again, like I don't know why I'm doing them. They come on suddenly. They almost feel like more than, it's almost like a descension of soul, like my soul group or something. It's like not only me. You know, it's like the higher self inhabiting the body as well. Or that's maybe one interpretation. I have thought of others. But I look at that as, you know, again, like a soul journey, you know, things that I came here to experience as part of, you know, and to assist and be a part of the mission. And, you know, it's pretty real. I never wanted to talk about SCX because I find a lot of times you start talking about it and then there are certain people who can't stop talking about it. So there's that. I never wanted to really put my face on cam again because I don't want, I mean, for some people that's all they see is just physical appearance, and I didn't ever want it to be about that because I've been so objectified. I mean, I feel like my whole life, I think a lot of people feel this way. Maybe they don't put it like this, but it's just like constantly being judged for what you look like. And it doesn't matter what you, I mean, if you're conventionally good looking, you get treated in an arbitrary kind of way. And if you're conventionally average, you get treated in a certain way. And if you're conventionally unattractive, you get treated in a certain way. And they all suck because they're all superficial. And I'm so tired of the projection. Anyway. Okay, I'm going to end with a bibliomancy reading from Louise Hay's You Can Heal Your Life. And I turn to a page that is about the neck and the throat, which is interesting because I feel like well, the neck and the throat is kind of, you know, like the thymus, the high heart, the chakra is involved with communication. And they're very active for me right now, having gone back to broadcasting on this platform, even though I'm not really talking because I don't like to give too much voice. I mainly type if I mainly just dance and don't really, there's nobody in my room to really talk to. But when I have, communicated with people, it's been, mainly for the purpose of, bringing a troll into the light. Anyways, so this says the neck and the throat are fascinating because so much stuff goes on there. The neck represents the ability to be flexible in our thinking, to see the other side of a question, and to see another person's viewpoint. When there are problems with the neck, it usually means that we are being stubborn about our own concept of a situation. Whenever I see a person wearing one of those collars, I know this person is being very self-righteous and stubborn about not seeing the other side of an issue. Virginia Sater, the brilliant family therapist, said that she did some silly research and found that there are more than 250 ways to wash dishes, depending upon who is washing and the ingredients used. And if we are stuck in believing there is only one way or one viewpoint, then we are shutting out most of life. Amen, sister. Well, let's not be guilty of seeing things from just one viewpoint and shutting out most of life. Whatever it is that we're doing is so multidimensional, you guys. It's like, I think we are really accelerating a lot. I feel like I've been listening to so many people this month, especially in January 2020. I feel like there's a ramping up. I think a lot of it is everybody's just kind of excited by the new year. For one, there's like a new energy from the 2020, the numerology. Going into February, I would, with even more twos. We've got a 2-2 and a 2-22 and things like that. And I think everybody's just, I feel like people are like ready for change and really and embodiment. A lot of us are ready for an embodiment on a whole new level, and we're not looking for anybody to do it for us, and we're not looking for the Messiah or anything. It's like we all get to be our own savior, and we're all here helping each other and trying to set an example. And sometimes there are certain people that cannot be reached with a verbal message, but they might be able to be reached by a nonverbal message. There's a lot of ways to send a message, and messages are being sent and received all the time, everywhere that you go. There really is no place or no way that you cannot be sending a message or receiving a message, really, until you just, I guess, know yourself as all things. And I also wanted to mention, and I'll put this in the description. This is important. I watched a video made by a guy this week. His name's Leo, and he is on actualize.org on YouTube. So that's also his website, but his channel name is the same as his website. And he's been around for a while. He's got quite a, I think he's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers by now. So, and he's done a lot of interviewing with people. He's been I would say a consciousness explorer. Not really new agey, but just like, kind of, the human potential, metaphysical kind of path. And I have not watched him a great deal, but I've known about his work. I've watched mainly like some of his interviews with people, stuff like that. Well, anyways, he this week he put out a video where he records himself talking about basically being a very good documentarian of like a unity consciousness experience that he had, and he was still kind of like right in the middle of it, and he's trying to describe it. So it was like in the middle of that, he wanted to share it and document what he was thinking and feeling during it. And I would really recommend watching it, because a lot of what he's saying and the way that he's expressing it looks very, very genuine to me, and he seems to be having the experience that like a lot of people have had when they've had an awakening, whether you call it a kundalini or like back in September 2009 when I had my spiritual awakening, I felt that unity consciousness, and he's basically describing something very similar, and it's worth checking out. So I will leave that link in the description. And if you do feel called to click the subscribe button, you're going to get me closer to that 1,000 subscribers, to where I might actually be able to do a live stream on YouTube instead of a creepy adult platform, which would actually be my preference, and is actually probably what I would be doing if I had that many subscribers. But I need to broadcast somewhere. But then there's the whole music issue too. So, but whatever. Maybe I'm not supposed to be popular. And that's okay too, because with great popularity comes a lot of responsibility. And I'm happiest when everybody's kind of responsible for themselves. But I do like making these messages because it's not about numbers. If one person hears this and gets something out of it, it's worth it, right? Just because massive amounts of people hear a message doesn't necessarily change anything, or doesn't mean it's a good thing, or it's not always about numbers. It's quality over quantity. 100 people heard the same message, and maybe one person actually felt the vibe of the message, and the others didn't have the perceptual level to hear it or see it or think it, or just like, there are some people who will look at a great piece of art and they just can't see it, that it's a great piece of art. It's just not in their wheelhouse. It's not in their repertoire of experience to know, or even judge, like, perceptually what is appealing or not appealing. Many people rely on others to tell them what's good. So we have to keep that in mind, that we're all one, but we're all at sort of different levels of perceiving. So, anyways, love you guys like a sister. And I hope that you all can see past the masks and, love each other in brotherly and sisterly love, and not take it all so seriously, but have fun with it. Have fun with your journey. Enjoy your journey. Enjoy the journey to self-knowledge and, being service to others. And, I think we are headed for a new earth where the things that we really do value are the things that are I guess rewarded, and however that works out. I really don't think that we need I don't think that there's money in the higher realms, and that what is really valuable is just so clear that it any other system evaluation is just a joke. And I just feel that so strongly. It's made it really difficult for me to kind of like stay in the world, because I feel like my thinking is just so different than the majority, and I just feel like such a minority, and I know a lot of people do, but I think that we are coming into our time where just like I don't give a crap what everybody else is doing on some adult site, and I'm going to do my thing, and it's going to be kind of a protest. I'm definitely saying something about what I think about your idea of gender roles, your idea of sexuality, your idea of what women should look like, or what they should be doing to, or what men should be doing. I mean, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't. But what does matter is your connection to your own spirit, and I wish nothing but favor and blessings on all those that are receiving the communication. And thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being here at this time as a volunteer assisting the collective in the ascension process. And if you went a little bit further today, thinking about the status quo and the arbitrary values that we've been handed, like this is how it is, this is the only way. And if you're starting to like challenge that, rethink that, question that at all, I mean, that's where it all begins. That's how things change, is when we start getting clear about what our shared values really are and aren't, and what we will do for money or for any other reason, and what we definitely won't do for money or any other reason, despite what we have been taught and told and made really to fear. So, sending lots of love, and if you do feel called to check me out, you can type in Lady Gangbusters into a search engine, and probably you can find me that way if you're that curious. And yeah, you can tune in to one of my broadcasts and see what it is that I actually do online. And enjoy the show. Mwah! Peace out, everybody. Mwah.